Chapter 3173. 3173 Mo Guohao was dumbfounded. 3173 Mo Guohao was dumbfounded. Inconceivable. Meridian exploration pill originated from the last era of civilization. To say nothing of predecessors, it had been passed down for more than 100 years, but no one had ever been able to improve it in the slightest. However, Ling Han had only refined it once, and after tasting it once, he already had a direction of how to improve it. Just how terrifying was this? Why do I feel that because this is the lowest grade of alchemical pill, and that's why it's so easy to improve? Ling Han frowned slightly. There was no need to mention the people of this era, because they had only advanced into martial arts for less than 100 years, and had just begun. However, since the civilization of the last era could create so many pill recipes, formations, and contained the glorious era of martial arts, it meant that it was already a mature system. In such a mature environment, how could it be that no one could improve the pill recipe? It was very simple. Ling Han could easily sense what was wrong with the alchemical pill, and if it was too strong, or too weak, he would need to add more or decrease some of the corresponding medicinal ingredients. But why did the ancients not discover anything? Could it be that after he had condensed the essence of the divine stone, his alchemy ability had reached a chilling extent? Or perhaps, Ling Han guessed, this was too worthless in the civilization of the last era, and that was why there was no smarter alchemist studying this problem to increase the effects of the alchemical pill. Which one was it? It was possible that it was both. On the one hand, Ling Han's ability in alchemy was too strong, and on the other, the Meridian exploration pill was perhaps really not much in the civilization of the last era, so no one had spent the effort to modify it. Forget about it. My priority now is to earn money. The modified Meridian exploration pill should be able to bring me more income. The mystical power pill could only speed up one's cultivation. Whether there was one or not was only a matter of speed of cultivation. However, the effects of the Meridian exploration pill had been improved, yet they could allow those who initially could only stop at 10 meridians to reach 11 meridians, and people at 7 meridians would be able to reach 8 meridians. The significance of this was completely different. Ling Han would concoct 3 cauldrons of mystical power pills every day. Then, in addition to cultivating, he would focus his attention on improving the Meridian exploration pill. Having a direction was one matter, but as for how to improve it, this was a meticulous process. It could not possibly succeed in a single stroke. However, it was only 4 days, and Ling Han had already completed it. The effects have increased to 20%. Originally, the Meridian exploration pill could give a martial artist a 10% chance of sensing a new meridian, but now, it had reached 20%. Even if it was only an additional 10% chance, it might give half of the majority a chance of advancing into a higher cultivation level. The significance of this was completely different. When Pan Hu came again at night, Ling Han handed him 2 bottles of alchemical pills. Young Master Han, what's this bottle? Pan Hu was curious. You can just hand it over to Boss Missouri, Ling Han said. Understood. Pan Hu nodded, paused, then continued, does young Master Han have any other commands? These few days, he had acted like he was a servant, so his attitude could not be more humble. Go on. Ling Han waved him off. However, after only over an hour, Mo Guohao arrived with Pan Hu by his side. Ling Han knew that the Meridian exploration pill would give Mo Guohao a great shock, but the fact that he immediately ran over in person was somewhat beyond Ling Han's expectations. Young friend, you are really good at scaring people. I am only 46 years old this year, but I am about to have a heart attack because of you, Mo Guohao said. Though he was joking, his expression still could not hide his shock. How could he not be shocked? Ling Han took the pill recipe with him. It had only been 5 days, but not only had he completely grasped the pill recipe, and concocted alchemical pills, he had also improved the pill recipe and concocted new pills. Taking a step forwards with every passing day, how could this not scare him to death? Though he was a middle-level alchemist, in front of such a freakish alchemist, he felt extremely insignificant, as if he could vaguely see an alchemy grandmaster. Ling Han chuckled and said, "It's just an increase of 10%. It's nothing." This was still considered nothing? Mo Guohao sighed and said, "Young friend, do you know what this means? Using the new version of Mystical Power Pill and Meridian Exploration Pill together can increase the overall strength of our army by at least 10 times. This is a great merit." Ling Han chuckled, "I just want to earn some money." "This has nothing to do with earning money," Mo Guohao said with a smile. "I plan to auction off the Meridian Exploration Pill. Only then would it be able to show the best effects. Do you agree?" "Sure." Ling Han nodded. Actually, if he opened his own store, the profits would definitely be higher, but that would be too troublesome. He had to cultivate martial arts and also concoct alchemical pills and formations, so where would he get so much time? Thus, he didn't mind letting others earn a little, so that he could free up his hands to do what he wanted. The time is set to be 3 days later. Mo Guohao continued, "How about it?" Previously, though he thought very highly of Ling Han, he still had the pride of a middle-level alchemist. It was only because Ling Han was an important business partner that he appeared very polite. However, now, he really considered Ling Han to be an existence of the same level, or even in fact, slightly higher than himself. Even if Ling Han was only an elementary-level alchemist now, just because he could improve on those 2 pill recipes, it was not impossible that the Alchemist Society of the Imperial Capital would make an exception and promote him to become a senior-level alchemist. In fact, it was not impossible that he would even be bestowed the title of Honorary Grand Master. Before he knew it, Mo Guohao had already put away his airs. In fact, it could even be said that he was showing respect. "All right." Ling Han nodded. When Pan Hu saw this, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Young Master Han was really too awesome, that even his uncle was respectful in front of him. He was really too wise, and managed to change his attitude in the nick of time. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to ride on Ling Han's coattail, he would even have offended an incredibly terrifying existence. Mo Guohao and Pan Hu quickly left, while Ling Han practiced spiritual power for a while longer. This was really too difficult to improve. There was no cultivation technique, nor was there any treasured fruit. He could only depend on himself to improve bit by bit, which was really slow. Ling Han used the optical computer to connect to the online platform again. He wanted to see if there were any special treasures that could quickly increase his spiritual power. In the end, he was disappointed. He saw that a great many people had posted information asking for offers, wanting a treasured fruit called Amazing Cloud Fruit. This could increase one's spiritual power. At a glance, they were all asking to buy, but no one had reached a deal. Of course, these requests naturally came from formation masters and alchemists. The others didn't need to increase their spiritual power. He took a look. The amazing cloud fruit was produced in the Yudu Mountains, but this kind of treasured fruit was rare, and secondly, it grew in extremely dangerous places. The difficulty of harvesting it was like ascending the heavens, so there had always been no lack of buyers but a serious lack of sellers. At first, Ling Han wanted to put up a request for purchase as well, but looking at how others would easily offer a high price of over 1 million, if he did not put up a higher price, he would not be able to compete at all, and if he wanted to put up a request for purchase, he would need an advance payment. If he did not reach a deal, the advance payment would be directly refunded to him. He still couldn't take out a few million Dark North coins now, so he could only give up on this idea. Work hard on concocting alchemical pills to earn money. Chapter 3174, 3174 Cutting the Line. 3174 Cutting the Line. In 3 days' time, Ling Han had concocted a total of 29 cauldrons of improved Meridian exploration pills, which almost tired him to death. Since his cultivation level had reached a certain level, he had never been so tired from alchemy. However, he was also very satisfied, because he now had about 90 Meridian exploration pills in his possession. This could probably bring him millions in income. It was really too easy for alchemists to earn money. Even formation masters couldn't compare. Because the staff of Mercy Medicine Hall were all very busy today, and even a second-generation young master like Pan who had to entertain profligate young masters, so he didn't come to pick Ling Han up. Ling Han didn't mind. It wasn't like he didn't have arms and legs, so how could he not go himself? He brought his little female attendant with him, and called for a car. Very soon, they arrived at Mercy Medicine Hall. Goodness! He looked through the window, and couldn't help but hiss. There were really a lot of people here today. The entrance was completely crowded with cars, and people were continuously disembarking. It should be known that these were only people who had gotten off the cars. After getting off, the cars would naturally leave, but even so, it was still on such a large scale. This was really a little exaggerated. Speaking of which, was the Meridian exploration pill that attractive? After quite a while, the car slowly arrived at the entrance, but before it had even stopped, a car suddenly cut in from behind, and stopped in front of them. The car that Ling Han was in had to stop. When the person on the car in front of him got off and the car drove off, only then would his car be able to continue forwards. Cutting into the queue of people, no, cutting into the queue of cars? Ling Han was instantly enraged. Everyone was obediently lining up, and you're the only one who doesn't abide by the rules? D. The driver of Ling Han's car honked. He was also very displeased. A man and woman alighted from the car ahead of them. They were both very young. The man looked like the absolutely arrogant and snobbish type, while the woman was extremely beautiful and coquettish. After this man got out of the car, he walked over and kicked Ling Han's car. Pa! The headlight of the car was instantly crushed by his stomp. Motherfucker, what the fuck are you honking the horn for? Are you trying to kill me with your noise? The man continued to curse as he kicked the other headlight. The driver hurriedly alighted, and asked, "Why did you smash my car?" "So what if I smash it?" The man was very arrogant. He pointed at the driver and said, "Do you know who I am?" "Fuck, you actually dare point at my nose. I think you're tired of living." He raised his hand and was just about to hit the driver, which scared the latter so much that he hurriedly ducked into the car. The man continued to curse, and the coquettish woman beside him also wore a haughty expression as she said, "To dare anger our young master Ming, you're truly seeking death." The car in front of them drove off, but the man still felt like he had not vented his anger enough. He continued to kick Ling Han's car endlessly. Ling Han alighted from the car. Huan Shui hurriedly opened the door and came down as well, standing beside Ling Han. Someone actually dares to come down? The man looked at Ling Han, but soon turned his gaze away, and stared at Huan Shui. I didn't expect there to be a little beauty. Huan Shui couldn't be considered an exquisite beauty, but she was still above average. Ling Han beckoned with his hand, and said, "Come here." The man faltered, then was amused, and said, "You idiot, you actually dare to call me over? Who are you? Do you think you are the city lord?" However, even though he said this, he still walked over and said, "What's wrong? Do you still dare to hit me?" He moved one side of his face closer. "Come on then, give it a try." "Huan Shui." Ling Han said. "Yes, young master," Huan Shui hurriedly replied. "Slap him." "Yes." Huan Shui naturally carried out Ling Han's command without any reservations. She raised her hand and slapped the man heavily. How could the man have imagined that Huan Shui would really dare to make a move? He had also positioned himself as if he was ready to take a slap, so it was naturally impossible for him to dodge. This slap caused stars to appear in front of his eyes. It should be known that Huan Shui had now advanced further, and possessed the cultivation level of 7 meridians. How could such a massive force be pleasant to the face? Fortunately, Huan Shui didn't use her full strength. Otherwise, his face would have been smashed into mush. "Why you dare to hit me?" The man faltered for a moment before revealing a furious expression. He also directed a slap at Huan Shui. Huan Shui dodged, then counterattacked. She was a 7 meridians, while that man was only a 6 meridians. Thus, after a few moves, Huan Shui was completely on the upper hand. Then, she slapped the man's face like she was spanking someone's behind. Pa, 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 a crisp and loud sound rang out. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Let go of young Master Ming, the coquettish woman screamed. However, she wasn't a cultivator, so she could only yell from the sidelines. Isn't this Zhong Yangbi's younger brother, Zhong Yangming? Someone at the side asked. Though he is not much, his older brother, Zhong Yangbi, is quite extraordinary. He has already become an elementary-level alchemist at only 27 years old, and is renowned for being the second Mo Guohao. Zhong Yangbi is really quite extraordinary. He is one of the most popular figures of the younger generation. He, together with Yan Jun and Tuoba Tianhuang, are known as the three elites, representing alchemy, formations, and the most outstanding talent in martial arts. However, to be honest, it is fortunate that Zhong Yangbi and Yan Jun are representatives of alchemy and formations. Otherwise, if it was martial arts, who would be able to match Tuoba Tianhuang? Indeed, Tuoba Tianhuang is a prodigy that would only appear once in 100 years in martial arts. In future, he would become an overlord that would look down on the rest of the world. He is definitely not someone that Zhong Yangbi and Yan Jun can compare to. We're getting off the topic, we're talking about Zhong Yangming now. Him? Just an idiot. However, to bully Zhong Yangbi's younger brother like this, isn't he afraid that Zhong Yangbi would be angered? That's right. Today is the auction hosted by Zhong Yangbi's master, Grand Master Mo Guohao. He will definitely attend as well. If Zhong Yangbi finds out that he beat Zhong Yangming here, Zhong Yangbi will definitely not let the matter go. The people in the surroundings were all discussing spiritedly. The majority liked to join in on the excitement, and the scene that was happening now was obviously very much in line with the mentality of those watching the excitement. Did you hear that? Zhong Yangming roared. My brother is Zhong Yangbi, and my brother's master is Mo Guohao, Grand Master Mo. If you anger me, I guarantee that you won't be able to buy an alchemical pill in Huzhu City. Ling Han merely chuckled, and acted as if he had not heard. Pa, Huan Shui gave him a heavy slap. He actually dared to shout at her young master. Humph. Enough. Ling Han waved his hand, and Huan Shui immediately stopped. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise? A man walked out, an impatient expression on his face. Didn't he know that today was a big day for the Mercy Medicine Hall? Young master who? Brother who? Everyone called out, appearing very polite. This was Pan Hu. Though he was an idiot, he was Mo Guohao's nephew. It should be known that a few days ago, Mo Guohao had unveiled a modified version of the mystical power pill, and now there was a modified version of the Meridian exploration pill being auctioned. Even the city lord had been alerted. He had expressed several times that this modification of Mo Guohao was a great merit, and could be recorded in the history books, becoming a pillar of support for the nation. With the rise of the tide, Pan Hu also became extremely popular. Brother Hu. Zhong Yangming pounced over with an aggrieved expression. Chapter 3175, 3175 Brother Hu. 3175 Brother Hu. What is it? When Pan Hu saw this, he asked calmly. Both he and Zhong Yangming were ignorant and incompetent second-generation young masters. However, in comparison, his status was much higher, so he naturally became Zhong Yangming's boss. Brother Hu, I was bullied, you have to stand up for me. Zhong Yangming grabbed one of Pan Hu's arms, like a child who had been wronged, asking for help from his parents. Pan Hu couldn't help but show a proud expression, and said, I really want to see which blind guy dares to bully my people. With the introduction of the modified version of the mystical power pill, whether it was the popularity of the Mercy Medicine Hall or Mo Guohao's personal reputation, they had all been raised to a new height, especially with the modified version of the Meridian exploration pill, which made Mo Guohao seem practically like an alchemy legend. Even the city lord praised him endlessly. Under such circumstances, as Mo Guohao's nephew, Pan Hu's status naturally rose accordingly. His opinion of himself was really soaring, and his whole person was also puffed up. Someone was bullying his underling? Humph, just see how he would deal with the other. Brother Hu, it's them. Zhong Yangming pointed at Ling Han and Huan Shui. Huh. Fuck. When Pan Hu saw Ling Han, he felt a chill rise up from the soles of his feet, almost causing him to pass out in fright. This was Ling Han. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Whether it was the modified version of the mystical power pill or the Meridian exploration pill, they were all provided by Ling Han. It was all because of Ling Han that his status had been able to soar madly in the last few days. To say nothing else, he still remembered the last time he offended Ling Han and was forced to kneel in public, which saved him from being punished by Mo Guohao. Had he not suffered enough? Had he not learned his lesson? If he offended Ling Han again, it was not impossible that Mo Guohao would beat him to death. Brat, now that my boss is here, are you afraid? Zhong Yangming strutted around and even rushed over, pointing a finger at Ling Han. If it weren't for the fact that he was still wary of Huan Shui, his finger would probably be poking at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled, hee, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. It's good that you know to be afraid. Kneel down. Zhong Yangming said proudly, regaining his usual arrogant demeanor. When he saw that Ling Han had no reaction, he couldn't help but urge, I told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Could it be that you want our brother Hu to tell you? Sure, Ling Han said. He looked towards Pan Hu and asked, Brother Hu, what do you say? Zhong Yangming also turned around. He was sure that Pan Hu would definitely fly into a thunderous rage and teach Ling Han a harsh lesson. Sure enough, Pan Hu walked over aggressively. What a great amount of anger. Zhong Yangming was slightly shocked. He had not thought that he was actually so important to Pan Hu. Otherwise, why would Pan Hu be so furious? He was getting closer and closer, and Pan Hu had already raised one hand high before slapping it down. Wasn't this slap a little too early? Pa! A crisp sound reverberated in all directions. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had Pan Hu gone mad, or was there something very seriously wrong with his eyes? He actually delivered a slap right onto Zhong Yangming's face? Brother Hu, you hit the wrong person. That Biyao is behind me. Zhong Yangming covered his face with one hand and said with an aggrieved expression. I didn't make a mistake, and I'm beating you up, Biyao. Pan Hu roared in fury. Pa! He rained down blows on Zhong Yangming, and he started to beat him up madly. You Biyao, do you know who Ling Han is? Are you trying to fucking kill me? Just see if I won't beat you to death? Zhong Yangming was completely stupefied. What had happened? Previously, he had been madly slapped by a woman, and now, he was being beaten harshly by Pan Hu. He didn't seem to have done anything extremely evil that would deserve this. Brother Hu. What did I do wrong? Why did you hit me? He felt extremely aggrieved. Biyao. When Pan Hu heard this, he was naturally even more enraged. You almost killed me, do you know that? Do you know who young Master Han is? He roared in fury. Young Master Han? Zhong Yangming was taken aback, his brain completely unable to process what had happened. Who was young Master Han? No matter what, there was no way he could connect young Master Han with Ling Han. How was this possible? He had naturally seen all of Brother Hu's friends, and this guy wasn't among them. Pang. After a series of blows, Pan Hu forced Zhong Yangming to kneel in front of Ling Han, and said, Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to young Master Han. What young Master Han was this young man in front of him? Zhong Yangming finally understood why Pan Hu had hit him. He couldn't help but feel shocked. A person that even Brother Hu had to address as young master, what kind of background did he have? Who knows, a few words from him may be enough to decide his life or death. He finally knew fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Han, I was wrong." Kowtow. Pan Hu actually kicked him. Fuck, even he had kowtowed a dozen overtimes on the streets back then. Could it be that he would be able to bluff his way out just like that? Zhong Yangming had no choice but to kowtow. Only then did Ling Han say calmly, "You don't have to kowtow to me, but to this driver." He pointed at the driver that was still hiding inside the car. Zhong Yangming revealed an obvious look of resistance. He could bear it if he was kowtowing towards young Master Han. After all, even brother Hu would have to address him as young master, but this driver? Fuck, if he had to apologize to a lowly driver, would he still be able to survive in the future? Pa. His hesitation was immediately followed by a slap from Pan Hu. Young Master Han told you to apologize, yet you still dare to hesitate. Do you believe that I'll thrash you to death? Pan Hu said in a vicious tone. In order to gain Ling Han's favor, he really dared to commit murder. Zhong Yangming finally became afraid. That cannibalistic expression on Pan Hu's face was definitely not an act. He said to the driver, "Sorry." The driver was filled with fear and trepidation. By now, he naturally knew who Zhong Yangming was. Being apologized to like this, would this cause a calamity to him in future? He was just an ordinary little driver, so how could he afford to trifle with a second-generation young master like Zhong Yangming? Ling Han naturally could tell that the driver was worried, and said calmly, "Don't worry. In future, even if you lose a single hair, I will still seek out second young master Zhong for an accounting." Ah. Zhong Yangming's eyes widened in shock. If he lost even a single strand of his hair, he was going to be called to account. Then he was really too wronged, wasn't he? Oh, if this guy was killed, then he would have to pay with his life as well? Ling Han cracked a smile. "You guessed right, that's the logic." What logic? He was absolutely unreasonable. Hearing Ling Han say this, the driver finally felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. It was good that there was no future trouble. "Young masters, I'll take my leave," he said. "Wait," Ling Han said with a smile. "Don't be anxious. I still haven't paid the fare, and I still haven't paid for the broken lights." No need, the driver hurriedly said. "Of course, there is a need." Ling Han looked at Zhong Yangming and said, "Whoever breaks it will be responsible for compensation, understand?" Zhong Yangming had learned his lesson this time, and hurriedly took out money of his own volition, stuffing a handful of money into the hands of the driver. It's too much. There's no need for so much." The driver was an honest person. Everyone watched in dumbfounded shock. Chapter 3176, 3176 Auction. 3176 Auction. Who was this guy? He actually managed to deal with two profligate second-generation young masters until they had become so submissive? The driver left, and order returned to this place. One after another, people disembarked from the cars, but they did not enter. They were all discussing on the sidelines. They wanted to know what great person Ling Han was, that he could actually make Pan Hu treat him with such respect. It definitely isn't Zhong Yangbi. Of course. If that person was Zhong Yangbi, Zhong Yangming wouldn't have come into conflict with him at all. Moreover, Zhong Yangbi wouldn't have been able to suppress Pan Hu like this. Could it be Yan Jun? That doesn't seem to be the case either. Yan Jun is already 24 or 25 years old, right? The age is not right. Furthermore, Yan Jun is also unable to suppress Pan Hu. Then it would have to be Tuoba Tianhuang. That's right. Tuoba Tianhuang is around this age. He's the #1 cultivator of the younger generation, and he'll definitely become an overlord in the future. It's reasonable for Pan Hu to bootlick him like this. But Tuoba Tianhuang is already at 12 Meridians. What is he doing here? Air. That person isn't Tuoba Tianhuang. Tuoba Tianhuang's appearance is extremely unique. His hair isn't tied up, and he's wanton and unrestrained. He's definitely not that person. Furthermore, Pan Hu calls him young Master Han. That's strange. What young man in the city has such might? The son of the city lord? The young master of the top clan, the Yen clan? But neither of their names have the word Han. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but ultimately, they could not guess Ling Han's identity. In truth, even if someone recognized Ling Han, and said that he was a deputy captain of Xianqing Banner, it was guaranteed that no one would believe him. With Pan Hu leading the way, Ling Han entered the private room that had been prepared for him. As for Zhong Yangming, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him for the moment. He would deal with him when he returned. He had almost ruined a matter of such importance for him. He really wanted to strangle this bee starved to death. No one paid attention to Zhong Yangming. Occasionally, there would be mocking gazes sweeping over, making him feel extremely indignant. He was really dissatisfied. Most importantly, he didn't even know who Ling Han was. This beating really made him feel sullen. Yangming, what's wrong with you? A deep voice rang out, and behind Zhong Yangming, a lanky man appeared. He looked to be in his late 20s. Brother. Zhong Yangming was overjoyed, and he immediately charged over. This gave Zhong Yangbi a scare. In such a public place, what kind of impropriety would it be for two men to be embracing each other? He stepped aside, not allowing Zhong Yangming to pounce on him head-on. However, one of his legs was still being hugged by Zhong Yangming, making him grit his teeth. This scene was still so beautiful that no one dared to look at it. Let go, he whispered. Brother, you must avenge me. Zhong Yangming had finally found a real great protector after much difficulty, so how could he possibly let go? Seeing this scene, the people in the surroundings all laughed. Zhong Yangbi felt his face burn. He hurriedly pulled his brother up by force. Pa. They ran into Mercy Medicine Hall. He was Mo Guohao's most outstanding disciple, and his status in the pharmacy was actually even higher than Pan Hu's. He too reserved a private room, and then asked his younger brother about the situation. When Zhong Yangming explained the situation in full detail, Zhong Yangbi's expression couldn't help but become dark. Aside from being arrogant and domineering, what else did a be starred like Pan Hu know? And now, it was even better. He was actually favoring an outsider, and was even bullying one of their own people now. This was practically betrayal. Zhong Yangming was afraid of Pan Hu, but he wasn't. In fact, he even looked down on him very much. Don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you, Zhong Yangbi said. However, the auction was about to begin, so it was not appropriate for him to come into conflict with Pan Hu at this time. Thus, he decided to first wait for the auction to begin. This was something that Mo Guohao valued very much, so he definitely could not allow the slightest mistake. Towards Mo Guohao, he was sincerely impressed. In fact, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. He actually managed to improve the Meridian Exploration Pill and Mystical Power Pills recipe, creating the greatest miracle in the last 100 years of alchemy, benefiting the nation and the people, and may even be summoned by the emperor in future. Thinking of this sovereign of the Dark North nation, Zhong Yangbi couldn't help but feel even more reverent. That was really a legend, and in the whole country, who didn't treat him like a god? The auction soon began, and the host was actually Mo Guohao himself. Mercy Medicine Hall was a very big place. When it was first established, it was already thought that there might be an auction held in the future, so it had been developed in this direction when designing it. Before this, the Mercy Medicine Hall had already hosted several auctions. However, this was the first time that they had held an auction for a single type of medicine. Everyone, welcome. Mo Guohao's face was glowing. Everyone has already seen the information. Today's auction is for the modified Meridian Exploration Pill, which can increase the chances of sensing new meridians to about 20%. I guarantee with my reputation that this is definitely not the slightest bit false. Beneath him, there was a commotion. Everyone had received an invitation from Mercy Medicine Hall, and knew that a modified Meridian exploration pill had appeared, which was why they had rushed over. Now, with Mo Guohao personally explaining about it, everyone was naturally extremely excited. This meant that the cultivation level of many people that had already stagnated could improve again. I have a total of 90 Meridian exploration pills here. The rules of the auction are as follows. Every 10 pills is a set, and will be auctioned by set. In other words, everyone has 9 chances to win the bid. Fuck. Hearing these words, everyone wanted to curse Mo Guohao and call him an unscrupulous merchant. If they were auctioned off one by one, there would be a total of 90 pills. At least half of them would not be auctioned off for a very high price. After all, there were a lot of them, so they would just wait for the next one. But it was a different story now. There were only a total of 9 sets. They had to give it their all. Mo Guohao smiled brightly. Though he was an alchemist, he was also an outstanding businessman, and maximizing his profits was his pursuit. Then let's begin. The auction began, and it was as if everyone had been pumped full of adrenaline. They immediately placed a crazy bid, as if that was not money, but merely a number. The first set of Meridian exploration pills sold for a high price of 260,000, and the average price for each was 26,000. Meanwhile, the ordinary Meridian exploration pills only sold for 5,000 each. The difference was truly huge. The following auction was still very heated, because there were only 9 sets. It only took an hour, and the 9 sets of Meridian exploration pills were all auctioned off, fetching a total of 2,520,000 Dark North coins. This was a very shocking number. Ling Han believed that if he were to sell them himself, it would be very good if he could get even half the price. That was because Mo Guohao and Mercy Medicine Hall itself were a signboard, and this was intangible value. Of course, there were only a total of 90 Meridian exploration pills. This was also a very important reason. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. However, Mo Guohao's words at the end almost drove those who had managed to win with their bid mad, and those who had not managed to successfully buy any once more became excited. In the future, every week, Mercy Medicine Hall will hold an auction, which includes but is not limited to the modified Meridian exploration pill. Fuck, profiteering merchant, what a profiteering merchant. Too deceitful, too black-hearted. Chapter 3177, 3177 Complaint. 3177 Complaint. Young Master Han, I'll bring you to see Uncle, Pan Hu said respectfully. Goodness, in just 3 days' time, young Master Han had concocted 90 Meridian exploration pills, creating such terrifying wealth. In comparison, the pocket money or rather salary he received every month was only 8,000. It was practically too inferior. This was how prodigies were. If they wanted to earn money, they could simply stretch out their hands. He was so awesome that he could only admire him. Ling Han nodded, and with Pan Hu leading the way, went to meet Mo Guohao. They had just arrived at the doors of the study on the 2nd floor, when they saw 2 more people walk over. Zhong Yangbi and Zhong Yangming. Brother, it's them. As the saying went, when enemies met, they would naturally be furious. Zhong Yangming immediately pointed at Ling Han, his expression looking as if he wanted to devour him. Afterwards, he naturally found out that Ling Han was the mastermind. That little beauty was only obeying Ling Han's words. Zhong Yangbi humphed, and said, Pan Hu, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will report this to my master, and you will definitely be punished. This guy was always neglecting his proper duties and doing all kinds of bad things. He had long since been disliked by Mo Guohao. However, because he was his nephew, he did not chase him away. Thus, every time he mentioned complaining in front of Mo Guohao, Pan Hu would definitely be scared half to death, and immediately beg for mercy. However, he had miscalculated this time. Pan Hu was all smiles, and said, what explanation? There's nothing to explain. He had always been suppressed by Zhong Yangbi, and furthermore, because the latter had snitched on him, causing him to be scolded many times by Mo Guohao. How could he not feel angered? Unfortunately, Zhong Yangbi was an alchemy prodigy, and Mo Guohao was extremely fond of him. How could he win over him? He didn't even have the chance to take revenge. But this time was different. Who was Ling Han? Someone that even Mo Guohao had to respect, and you dare to disrespect him? You are seeking death. Pan Hu, it's fine if you commit evil at other times, and for the sake of master, I can turn a blind eye, but this time, you actually bullied my brother. I definitely can't tolerate you anymore. Zhong Yangbi said balefully. Brother Bai, don't you think you're the one who's doing evil now that you're making malicious accusations without investigating the truth? Pan Hu said with confidence. This was the first time he realized that reasoning could actually be so enjoyable. Zhong Yangbi was taken aback. Since when had this guy become so stubborn? Usually, when had it not been him who only had to wear a solemn expression, and the other party would cower like a dog? Had the sun risen from the west? Pan Hu, are you really going to turn this into a serious matter? His expression darkened. What serious matter? Mo Guohao's voice was heard. Very soon, he walked over, his face full of smiles. He was in an extremely good mood. Master. Zhong Yangbi hurriedly exclaimed, not giving Pan Hu the chance to speak first. I originally didn't want to ruin Master's mood, but Hu Zi has really gone too far this time. Mo Guohao gave an "oh" and asked, what's going on? He knew that this nephew of his was very unreasonable. However, after he had recently gotten together with Ling Han, he had actually changed his habit of leading a life of debauchery, bullying the weak and suppressing the good, which made him very pleased. What was it? It had only been a few days, and he had gone out of control again? He turned to look at Pan Hu, his gaze extremely sharp. However, when he saw Ling Han, his expression immediately softened, and he said, young friend Ling, I have embarrassed himself in front of you. Pooh. Zhong Yangbi spluttered and coughed uncontrollably. What was going on here? He couldn't understand. Ling Han smiled and said, I think that Pan Hu is honest, young, and promising. Being praised by Ling Han like this, Pan Hu felt his face burn. Fuck, what relation did he have with being honest? His mind was filled with thoughts of women and fun. He was indeed young, but what kind of a promising man was he? Mo Guohao was taken aback. Ling Han actually had such a high opinion of Pan Hu? Could it be that he had misjudged this nephew? He turned to look at Zhong Yangbi, and asked, how has Hu Zi gone too far? This, Zhong Yangbi hesitated. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could tell how highly Mo Guohao thought of Ling Han, completely treating him as an equal. If he were to retaliate against Ling Han, the only result would be being harshly reprimanded by Mo Guohao, and then let Pan Hu watch a good show. And nothing, he said. Mo Guohao was astounded. Just now, he had said that he had gone too far, so why was everything all right now? Don't worry about young friend Ling. He's one of us, he said with a chuckle. He thought that Zhong Yangbi was trying to save some face for Pan Hu in front of outsiders. That's right, brother Bai. What did I do wrong? Tell me, and I will definitely accept humbly, and immediately change. Pan Hu took the chance to hit him when he was down. It was rare for him to have such a rare opportunity, so he naturally could not waste it. Looking at Zhong Yangbi's expression, he was filled with satisfaction. Following Ling Han was the right thing to do. He immediately turned the tables around and was singing the song of freedom. Zhong Yangbi was on the verge of tears. He didn't dare to speak ill of Ling Han now. I'm really fine. I was muddle-headed, he said. This time, he had to swallow this humiliation. Strange. Mo Guohao glanced at this disciple of his, and felt a little suspicious in his heart. However, this suspicion was quickly concealed by his joy, and he said, young friend Ling, I am really too happy today. He invited Ling Han into the study, and how could Zhong Yangbi have the face to stay any longer? He hurriedly left with his brother. Mo Guohao and Ling Han settled the accounts. For the auction, Mercy Medicine Hall collected 20% as service fee. This was a little high, but taking into account Mo Guohao's part in it, 20% for commission was reasonable. Ling Han nodded. He could still obtain around 2 million. This was already an astonishing amount of wealth. However, young friend, you are really too amazing. It has only been a short few days, and you have already concocted so many Meridian exploration pills. This is really unbelievable. Mo Guohao sighed ruefully. Even if he went all out, could he concoct so many Meridian exploration pills in 3 to 4 days? Impossible. His success rate was at most 50%. Even if he did not sleep at all these 4 days, there was no way he could complete such a mission. In other words, Ling Han's success rate had to reach 80% or even higher to be able to accomplish such a magnificent feat. Inconceivable, this was too shocking. Ling Han merely smiled. There was not the slightest bit of difficulty in concocting this kind of low-level alchemical pill. If the cauldron still exploded, would he still be worthy of the title of Alchemy Emperor? Oh, that's right. The city lord should summon you in a few days, so you can make some preparations, Mo Guohao said seriously. After modifying the pill recipes for the Meridian Exploration Pill and the Mystical Power Pill, to say nothing of the city lord, if the Emperor of the Dark North Nation found out, he would probably make an exception and summon Ling Han to see him, because this was extremely likely to have far-reaching consequences. Ling Han didn't mind this, and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Now, though he had to start from the beginning again, how could his proud and aloof heart possibly change? Mo Guohao's opinion of this young man became gradually higher. Now, he was already so calm and unflustered in the face of honor and favor. This kind of mentality was really rare. His future accomplishments would be limitless. They conversed for a while, and Ling Han left with his little handmaiden. Chapter 3178, 3178 Rich Man's Formation. 3178 Rich Man's Formation. Ling Han returned to his residence, switched on the optical computer, and posted an offer to purchase. Request for amazing cloud fruit, offer price is 2 million Dark North coins. Once this purchase offer was posted, it immediately attracted heated discussions, with many leaving comments below the post. Who would be so unruly, and offer such a high price? That's right. Isn't this ruining the market price? Those two above must be jealous because they don't have the money. Who made it a rule that there must be a price restriction for buyers? This one is a real tycoon indeed, let's be friends. However, even if such a high price as 2 million is being offered, it's certain that there still won't be a deal. That's right. In the first place, amazing cloud fruits are rare, and with how difficult it is to harvest, there is absolutely no way to obtain them. There were also a great many people who requested for Ling Han's contact information, saying that they wanted to have a private chat, but Ling Han directly ignored them. All he wanted was the amazing cloud fruit, and he was completely uninterested in anything else. Since he had nothing else to do, he began to look around on the platform again. There are formations like this? The Thousand Clouds formation requires 30,000 jade seeds to be channeled. Once it begins, it can't be stopped. Refining the essence of all the jade seeds and transforming them into extremely dense energy can create an astonishing environment for cultivation. The time needed is only half a day. Ling Han couldn't help but feel tempted. If he really created such formations, just how much would his cultivation level advance? However, this formation was also called a rich man's formation, because if one was not a tycoon, how could he bear to use such an exorbitant amount as 30,000 jade seeds? Trill. The advancement in cultivation level by this half a day must be astonishingly fast, but if compared to the mystical power pill that was of the same value, the final result would definitely be that it would be more worthwhile to consume the mystical power pill. Furthermore, the advancement would not be just 1-fold or 2-fold, but rather 10-fold or 100-fold. The only advantage of this rich man's formation was that it was fast, and suited for speedy advancement. 30,000 jade seeds, or 3 million dark north coins, is more than my net worth. However, I can give it a try. Ling Han was never stingy when it came to spending money. What was the point of not using the money he earned? He took a look. The principles of this formation were actually very simple. The only requirement was the jade seed, and a great number of jade seeds at that. It could be considered a super spirit gathering formation. I can't afford it now, so I'll just wait a few days. With the help of the modified version of the mystical power pill, Ling Han was confident that he could reach the 11 meridians in 10 days. Then, if this rich man's formation was powerful enough, he would be able to reach the 12 meridians in a short amount of time. Then in the martial arts tournament, he really could ignore anyone. I'll go and find old geezer Niu tomorrow. On the second day, he went to find Niu Huaqing. You want the 1,000 clouds formation? Even Niu Huaqing, who had commanded the winds and clouds all those years ago and treated money as dirt, was still shocked by Ling Han. This is the rich man's formation. Are you sure you possess the wealth of 3 million? No, Ling Han replied with a shake of his head. Right now, he only had over 2 million. Moreover, he had already paid 2 million in advance, so he would only be able to get it back if there was no deal within the next 3 days. However, he immediately continued, in another 6 days, I'm sure I will. 6 days later, the Mercy Medicine Hall would host the second auction. He was sure that earning 1 million wouldn't be a problem at all. Niu Huaqing looked at Ling Han in disbelief. Was this brat simply boasting? Did you think that money was so easy to earn? Even for him, if he wanted to earn 3 million in a short period of time, he would have to create a high-level formation. Unfortunately, that was in the past. The current him, sigh, let's not talk about it. Do you want to make another bet? Ling Han asked with a smile. Niu Huaqing wanted to agree at once, but after some thought, this brat was indeed freakish. Not only was he a formations prodigy, he was also freakish in alchemy. Previously, hadn't he been taken by surprise and lost a bet? The Meridian exploration pill that Mo Guohao auctioned off yesterday, could it be related to you, brat? He suddenly exclaimed in shock, but after some thought, he shook his head. Impossible, this is a great dilemma that has troubled alchemy for 100 years. If you can solve it so soon after you come, that would be too inconceivable. Ling Han faltered for a moment. The old geezer was quite capable of making connections, but he wasn't bold enough. I'm leaving, he said. He had already found the method to create the 1,000 clouds formation. The other problem was how to get 30,000 jade seeds. Hey, where on earth are you going to get so much money from, brat? Niu Huaqing asked curiously. He was sure that Ling Han definitely didn't just want to learn this formation technique. Ling Han didn't reply, and simply waved his hand. Every day, he would concoct some meridian exploration pills and mystical power pills. Then, he would continue cultivating, pushing his cultivation level to advance towards 11 meridians. 2 days later, no one accepted the purchase offer that he had posted. The advance payment was automatically returned. Another 4 days later, Mercy Medicine Hall held the second auction. This time, there were even fewer meridian exploration pills. There were only 50, and yet they were auctioned off for a high price of 30,000 per pill. The total price was 1.5 million. Ling Han obtained another million in wealth all of a sudden. He went to buy the jade seeds. It was easy to pay. He only had to press his finger, and once the fingerprint was matched successfully, the money would automatically be transferred away. There was absolutely no need for him to bring cash with him, but to transport the 30,000 jade seeds back, he would need the shop to send out a car and deliver it. Now, everything was already prepared, and all that was left was for him to break through to 11 meridians. Soon. At most, it would take another 2 days. However, on the same day, he was summoned by the city lord, and made a trip. Feng Zisheng, the city lord of Huju City, looked to be only in his 40s, his whole body exuding an astonishing vitality, as if he was a fierce beast that could burst out with astonishing power with a single move. He praised Ling Han for a while, but did not say anything specific. The time for an audience with him was even shorter than 5 minutes. After that, he had Ling Han return. What is the cultivation level of this Feng Zixing? Standing in front of him, I feel completely suppressed. It shouldn't be blood transformation tier, but rather a cultivation level above the blood transformation tier. However, no one has ever told me what cultivation level is above the blood transformation tier. Ling Han returned home. He decided to set aside these things first. What he had to do now was charge towards the 11 meridians, then the 12 meridians, and then the blood transformation tier. No matter where he was, strength was the true way to go, the true foundation, and everything that mattered. 2 days later, Ling Han had already reached the peak stage of 10 meridians. I can now attempt to break through to 11 meridians. Ling Han went to sense the 11th meridian. He didn't need the help of the meridian exploration pill at all, and he quickly sensed it. Then, he guided heaven and earth's mystical power to charge at it, opening the meridian in a single strike. However, when the sun rose, the time that was suitable for cultivating had already passed. Activate the rich man's formation. Ling Han set up the 1,000 clouds formation. The 30,000 jade seeds were divided into 10 piles, and they were all like small mountains, looking extremely majestic. Come on. He used his spiritual power to stimulate the formations. Instantly, the 10 piles of jade seeds lit up. Then, one after another, the jade seeds shattered. A soft jade light rose, turning into some kind of mysterious power that surged towards Ling Han. Boom! Ling Han felt his body tremble, and an incredibly deep power surged over madly. He hurriedly channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, to absorb as much power as possible. Otherwise, if it overflowed out of the formations, it would be a complete waste. Chapter 3179, 3179 Kneeling Firmly. 3179 Kneeling Firmly. Boom, the 11th meridian was presently widening like crazy. The power that surged in was really too shocking. It washed over and over again through Ling Han's meridians, removing the impurities, making them even wider. There was no time limit. As long as the formation was still channeling, this kind of power would be endless. The 30,000 jade seeds seemed to be burning, releasing their essence, turning into endless energy to feed Ling Han. 11 meridians middle stage, late stage, peak stage, the speed of advancement was astonishingly fast. However, he had more or less exhausted the pile of jade seeds. It was really a rich man's formation. In just half a day, 30,000 jade seeds, which was equivalent to 3 million dark north coins, were gone just like that. Just a little bit more. Ling Han thought to himself. He began to charge towards 12 meridians. He had sensed it. He guided the last bit of power to attack. Boom, 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 like floodwaters crashing onto the shore. Very quickly, the blocked meridians were opened, completing the first circulation. At this point, all 12 meridians had been unlocked. This was the pinnacle of meridian opening tier. Brother, a voice suddenly rang out in Ling Han's mind. This was Brother Monkey. Ling Han was shocked. Brother Monkey had escaped. Don't be nervous. This is something that old Sun left in your head long ago. It will only be triggered when you reach 12 meridians. Brother Monkey's voice sounded again. So that was how it was. Ling Han nodded. What did Brother Monkey want to say to him that he had to do this? Previously, your cultivation level was too low, so it was meaningless to say anything. Thus, Old Sun stayed until this moment. Brother Monkey continued. In the ordinary sense, the peak stage of the meridian opening tier is indeed the 12 meridians. However, if you want to pursue the pinnacle level, then you've only walked half the path of the meridian opening tier. Aside from the 12 true meridians, there are also 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body. Extraordinary 8 meridians, also known as the hidden meridians. The difficulty of sensing them is 10 times more than the true meridians. Thus, there are pitifully few who can open the extraordinary meridians. However, in order to reach the peak of cultivation, you have to do what others can't. Brother, don't covet advancement. Although meridian opening tier is insignificant, it's the foundation of a tall building. If the foundation isn't strong enough, there's no need to mention anything else. Remember. Remember. Ling Han listened quietly, but after committing it to memory, the monkey's voice no longer rang out. He mumbled, "Brother Monkey didn't say at the time, probably because he was afraid of hurting me. Hee, Brother Monkey doesn't know that my willpower is tenacious. My goal was actually to break through to the pinnacle of every cultivation level. To be like everyone else means the person is destined to disappear within the masses. Therefore, to really be outstanding, relying on one's meridians being wider as compared to others is not sufficient. I still need to open up more meridians. Then if I can open up an extraordinary meridian, would it be comparable to the blood transformation tier? It'll probably be very difficult. After all, that is the gap between major tiers, but I'm sure that after opening up 4 to 5 meridians, my strength should not be inferior to that of the blood transformation tier. Alright, I'll work hard to earn money, and then set up another rich man's formation." The jade seeds had already been exhausted, and Ling Han stood up. He had initially thought that he would be able to break through to blood transformation tier, but unexpectedly he had only cultivated halfway through meridian opening tier. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation level, he would need to use the rich man's formation, or natural treasures such as the volcanic fruit. However, how could natural treasures be obtained just because he wanted them? Thus, it was naturally the former that was more practical. Ling Han began to concoct alchemical pills with all his might. Every single alchemical pill was a cornerstone for him to increase his strength. With one more alchemical pill, the cornerstone would be slightly more stable. He had tremendous pressure and motivation to earn money, so he began to attempt concocting 2 cauldrons worth of alchemical pills at once. Nothing was impossible. If he didn't try, how could there be a miracle? Moreover, this was only the lowest grade of alchemical pill, so there shouldn't be any problem. At this moment, Ling Han's meticulous control over his spiritual power finally revealed its might. He was able to multitask and take care of everything completely. Then could he concoct 3 cauldrons at the same time? With the motivation to earn money, Ling Han became even more fervent. 3 cauldrons, yes he could. Then, 4 cauldrons. 4 cauldrons, could work too. 5 cauldrons. 5 cauldrons had failed. Ling Han shook his head. Right now, his limit was to multitask with 4 cauldrons. He couldn't divert any more attention. Otherwise, he would only ruin the entire situation. So be it if it was 4 cauldrons. At least, his efficiency had increased by 3 times. After 7 days, Ling Han had concocted a total of close to 900 meridian exploration pills. Even he found this a little hard to believe. This was really too crazy. And when Mo Guohao received these alchemical pills, he almost knelt on the ground. Even the reincarnation of the god of medicine would only be like this, right? Here, take my knees. I'm kneeling firmly. He already didn't know what else to say. Was this still an elementary level alchemist? No, even grandmasters would probably be dumbfounded and sigh in inferiority, if it was merely in terms of the concoction of meridian exploration pills. This young man was going to become the legendary god of alchemy. With so many meridian exploration pills, it is impossible to auction them off all at once. That way, it would not be able to get such a high price. After calming down, Mo Guohao returned to his true nature as a businessman. Ling Han nodded, "You can slowly auction it off, but I need an advance payment." "How much?" Mo Guohao asked. "Maybe 10 million, Ling Han said. Mo Guohao gritted his teeth. Ling Han was really not treating him with reserve. However, a meridian exploration pill was worth more than 20,000, and Ling Han could obtain at least 20,000. With close to 900 Meridian exploration pills being produced, it was actually not too much for Ling Han to ask for an advance of 10 million. All right. He nodded. Actually, he did not have that much liquid funds, and needed to borrow some, but with his present reputation and status, what private bank would reject him? Mo Guohao was efficient in doing business, and in just 2 days, he had transferred all 10 million Dark North coins into Ling Han's account. Ling Han was extremely pleased. He could splurge for 3 more times. He bought another 90,000 jade seeds and practically gave the boss a fright. This guy was too rich and willful, wasn't he? When the jade seeds had been delivered, Ling Han activated the Thousand Clouds formation again. There were too many elites in the Dark North nation. Merely having the title of Formation Master and Alchemist was not enough. Only true strength was what one could truly rely on. Boom, the rich man's formation was activated, and a large amount of mystical power surged out once more, surging towards Ling Han. Come, come, come. Ling Han channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, stimulating this power to circulate within his body. The 12 true meridians were rapidly widening, and in just half a day, he had reached the pinnacle, unable to go any further. Otherwise, his meridians would only be shattered. All right, I'll sense for the extraordinary 8 meridians. Ling Han thought for a moment, then ingested a meridian exploration pill. Though he was confident in himself, with something that could clearly decrease the difficulty level, why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Just as Brother Monkey had said, the extraordinary 8 meridians were too difficult to sense. Even with the help of the meridian exploration pill. And the meridian exploration pill should be more suitable for sensing the ordinary meridians. If one were to explore extraordinary meridians, its effectiveness might drop to 5% or even lower. Ling Han used his mental power, and similarly examined himself, looking for a breakthrough point. Huan Shui, come. Chapter 3180, 3180 Extraordinary 8 Meridians. 3180 Extraordinary 8 Meridians. Once the rich man's formation was activated, there was no way to stop, unless the energy was exhausted. At present, Ling Han was just looking for the meridian. He only needed a little bit of energy, and it would be a waste if he spent too much. There was no meridian for him to expand. Hence, it could not be wasted. The little handmaiden entered into the formation, and absorbed the majestic energy. Her cultivation level instantly soared. The energy that she needed did not have to be too pure. From this aspect, the speed of her cultivation was enough to be 10 times faster than Ling Han. However, the efficiency of the Xianhuang technique was far from being comparable to the brother monkey cultivation technique. Thus, if Ling Han were to cultivate under normal conditions, it would actually be Ling Han that would be advancing slightly faster. Ling Han ignored her and focused completely on himself, exploring the first of the extraordinary 8 meridians. After about an hour, his body suddenly trembled, and he opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Young master, what's wrong? Huan Shui hurriedly went to help him. The formation had stopped channeling half an hour ago, and the jade seeds had been completely expended. I'm fine, Ling Han said with a smile, an expression of wild joy on his face. He found the first extraordinary meridian, but because the formation had stopped, he couldn't extract any power from it, so he couldn't open it. Ling Han placed the jade seeds in their proper positions, and began again. Boom, the surging power came again. Ling Han guided this power, and opened up the first extraordinary meridian. Then, he expanded it again and again, and his cultivation level increased extremely quickly. Another half-day passed, and Ling Han finally stopped. The first extraordinary meridian had already been expanded to the extreme. He did not use the last batch of jade seeds, because he first had to sense the second extraordinary meridian, which he would use the morning's cultivation time to open, and then use the rich man's formation to expand it to the extreme. Unfortunately, Ling Han didn't sense the second extraordinary meridian on the morning of the second day, which made him slightly disappointed. He turned on the optical computer and started to search on the online platform. He couldn't find any information about the extraordinary 8 meridians. Finally, he issued a bounty, and only then did someone answer. The extraordinary 8 meridians are known as the hidden meridians. It's said that it also belongs to the meridian opening tier. In other words, the maximum limit for the meridian opening tier is 20 meridians, but for a long time, I've never heard of anyone unblocking an extraordinary meridian. It's just a legend. It's still a rumor. The extraordinary 8 meridians are the Du Meridian, Ren Meridian, Chong Meridian, Dan Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Yin Wei Meridian, Yin Qi Meridian, and Yang Qi Meridian. However, only their names are known, and it's hard to confirm whether they are real or fake. Though there was very little information, it was at least the only introduction to the extraordinary 8 meridians that Ling Han had obtained. Thus, he readily approved of this answer and paid. In any case, it was not expensive, just 1 yuan. Unfortunately, Brother Monkey didn't say anything else, causing me to only be able to grope around blindly. Thankfully, I only have to continue sensing my meridians. Another day later, Ling Han finally sensed the second hidden meridian. He used the mystical power that came with dawn to open it, and then used the rich man's formation to expand it to its limit. 1 is on my back, 1 is on my abdomen, like 1 yin and 1 yang. Vaguely, my 12 meridians have also converged with them, and there is some kind of connection. My meridians are clear. I feel like there seems to be a great dragon hidden in my body, possessing the power to overturn rivers and seas. Oh, that's right. I should go and test out my current strength. He ran to the camp of the Xianqing banner. Because it was night, and he kept a very low profile, only the guards knew that he had come, and did not alert anyone else. He arrived at the training ground and found a strength tester. Peng, he shot out a punch, and as a result, it was a tragedy. This strength tester had actually been smashed by him forcefully, producing a loud sound. Fuck. Ling Han hurriedly broke into a run, because he had already heard the commotion. A great many people were rushing over. He ran out, and after a while, 3 people came out of the training ground, discussing animatedly. How strange. Who would be so bored to actually dismantle the strength tester? It couldn't have been damaged by someone, right? How could that be? That's enough to withstand the power of the peak stage of the 12 meridians. When have you seen any captains destroy the strength tester during any demonstrations? But who would deliberately destroy the strength tester? Freak, right? A psycho. Retard. The 3 of them came to a conclusion, and thought that this person must be mentally abnormal. Fuck. Ling Han immediately dashed out from the shadows. Captain Ling. When the 3 people saw Ling Han, their faces were filled with pleasant surprise and incomparable admiration. In the end, they were violently thrashed by Ling Han, and screamed in pain. However, after Ling Han stopped, he tossed each of them a meridian exploration pill, which could be considered as medical compensation. Hiss, what's wrong with Captain Ling? Why did he beat us up without rhyme or reason? Did he have his heart broken or something? This is meridian exploration pill. Fuck, that's 5,000 per pill. We've made a profit this time. If being beaten up can be traded for a meridian exploration pill, I'm willing to be trampled on every day. Captain Ling is too awesome. The 3 of them were confused at first, but soon became excited. If they knew that this was the modified meridian exploration pill, they would definitely be even more pleasantly surprised. Aren't you on leave? Why have you come here? A cold voice rang out from behind Ling Han. Ling Han turned around, only to see Lian Shuerong standing behind him. He smiled, and said, Banner Lord, I came to test my strength. You broke through to 11 meridians? Lian Shuerong asked, surprise flashing across her pretty face. It had only been less than a month, and this brat had already advanced from 10 meridians to 11 meridians. This was truly amazing. And now it's the peak stage of the 12 meridians, Ling Han said. Lian Shuerong's expression instantly froze. 12 meridians? Was that possible? It had not even been a month. Do you think it will be like when you have just begun cultivating? Then with the spirit gathering formation, one can indeed achieve the miracle of breaking through to 2 consecutive levels in a single month. All right. Attack me with all your might, she recovered. Sure. Ling Han waved his fist, using Lien Shuerong as a strength tester. He wanted to see how far he was from the blood transformation tier after opening 2 extraordinary meridians. Lien Shuerong almost couldn't stop herself from kicking him. This brat's gaze was really too despicable. Come, she said coldly. She made up her mind to return Ling Han's punch with a palm strike to teach this brat a lesson. Ling Han gathered all his power, and then shot out a punch. This punch was extraordinarily fast. The power of the punch compressed the air, emitting sonic booms. As the force was released, it actually turned into a fist that was visible to the naked eye, that shot towards Lien Shuerong. This was because the speed of the punch was too fast, reaching or even surpassing the transmission of sound, so that the power of the punch became visible to the naked eye. Lien Shuerong instantly looked shocked. It should be known that even a 12 meridians peak stage martial artist could not possibly make the speed of his fist reach the speed of sound. This was an ability that could only be possessed by a blood transformation tier elite. Thus, when she saw the momentum of Ling Han's punch, she was naturally stunned. If she didn't know that this guy was Ling Han, she would really think that it was a blood transformation tier elite making a move. Pung! The punch arrived. Chapter 3181, 3181 Blood Changing 5 Transformations. 3181 Blood Changing 5 Transformations. Lien Shuerong lightly sent out a palm strike, blocking this punch from Ling Han. Their fist and palm didn't truly come into contact. Instead, they were separated by at least 6 meters, and a fierce collision of power had already taken place. The dust on the ground was sent flying, turning into a mushroom cloud. Ling Han felt a powerful power rebound back at him, causing him to involuntarily retreat continuously. On the other hand, Lien Shuerong was standing firmly. Sigh, this was still inferior to blood transformation tier. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Lien Shuerong couldn't help but exclaim. Am I? Ling Han shook his head, and said, I'm considerably inferior to you. Lien Shuerong was speechless for a moment. Brat, could it be that you want to defeat me with the cultivation level of meridian opening tier? She shook her head. Do you know what cultivation level I am at? Blood transformation tier, Ling Han said. This wasn't a secret. I am indeed a blood transformation tier cultivator, but blood transformation tier is the same as meridian opening tier. It is similarly divided into several minor levels of cultivation level. Lien Shuerong said seriously, blood transformation tier, as the name goes, one has to transform all the blood in one's body. Ordinary blood is red, so after the first change, the blood turns purple. In a fierce battle, one can make the blood boil, and for a short period of time, burst out with twice, or even 3 times his usual power. In the second transformation, the purple blood turns black, and the blood is so strong that it solidifies and forms pillars. This is called the condensed blood pillar. In the third change, the black blood turns silver, and blood can condense into the appearance of a fierce beast from the ancient age. It would soar out, and could kill with its aura alone. This is called the condensed blood beast. In the fourth transformation, the silver blood turns gold, and blood can be condensed into a weapon, and the murderous aura becomes even stronger. In the fifth transformation, golden blood turns into crystalline color, and blood condenses into a human form that has endless uses. Lien Shuerong spoke of the 5 levels of the blood transformation tier, paused, and said, I am now in the 3rd transformation, condensed blood beast. As she spoke, silver-colored blood rose from her body, turning into a 3-legged bird, endless viciousness surging out from it. Even with Ling Han's temperament, he still faltered. This 3-legged bird made him feel a strong pressure. Even if it was just staring at him like that, it was enough to greatly reduce his strength. Condensed blood beast, this was a suppression of cultivation level. I'm already standing at the 3rd level of the blood transformation tier, and you actually want to fight me to a tie. Should I say that your courage is commendable, or should I say that you're stupid? Lian Shuerong shook her head. Ling Han chuckled upon seeing this. The gulf between them was far too great. Then how far is the gap between me and the 1st level of the blood transformation tier? He asked. Lian Shuerong pondered for a moment, then said, in the 1st level of the blood transformation tier, power tier starts from 100,000 kilograms, and your current power has definitely reached 100,000 kilograms. It is not the slightest bit inferior to a newly advanced blood transformation tier. In fact, it has even surpassed it. However, once you have advanced into the blood transformation tier, one would be able to boil his blood, and burst out with 2 to 3 times the usual power. This is an advantage that you cannot hope to attain. Ling Han nodded. Even if he only had 100,000 kilograms of strength, if he could increase it by 2 to 3 times, reaching 200,000 kilograms or even 300,000 kilograms of strength, just how terrifying would that be? This wasn't the overlapping of power. Just like a 7 meridians, even if he could overlap 10 layers of power, would he be able to withstand a punch from a 10 meridians? This was the advantage in terms of cultivation level. In essence, this was a crushing advantage. However, boiling blood also has a time limit, no more than 10 minutes. Then, it would need at least 5 to 6 hours to calm down, and those who need longer may even need a day, depending on the individual. Lian Shuerong said, so if you can avoid these 10 minutes or so of a power burst, then it would not be difficult for you to match, or even defeat, a blood transformation tier. Ling Han nodded. Unless his power could be further increased, would he be able to withstand the explosive power of 200,000 kilograms or even 300,000 kilograms? He would only be crushed into dust. No one had made it a rule that if one defeated an enemy, they had to suppress them head-on. Using one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses was the way to go. How exactly do you cultivate? Lian Shuerong was curious. I know that a great many prodigies can break through the limit of 50,000 kilograms of strength at the peak of 12 meridians, but even Tuoba Tianhuang only seems to have about 75,000 kilograms of strength. Compared to you. She shook her head. This gap was really too obvious. Ling Han's expression became solemn. He really could not underestimate the people of this world. Tuoba Tianhuang could be called the strongest of the younger generation, and was even acclaimed as an extraordinary prodigy that would only appear once every 100 years. He was indeed very awesome. He chuckled, I don't know either. I'm just cultivating like usual. Regarding the matter of the extraordinary 8 meridians, he definitely couldn't tell anyone. Lian Shuerong didn't think about this either. She only thought that Ling Han was born with extraordinary talent, and the pressure-bearing ability of his meridians far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could allow power to surge out at a terrifying speed, and his explosive power was astonishing. This was something that others could not envy, no matter what. By the looks of it, you really might be able to get the first place in this martial arts competition, she said. Then, her expression became very strange. Previously, when Ling Han found out about the martial arts tournament, he had asked what the prize for the first place was. At the time, she had thought that Ling Han was dreaming, but now that she thought about it, could it be that this guy had long since known that his strength could improve so rapidly? Or was it that this guy was too shameless, and had soaring self-confidence? Go, fight for first place, and also make our Xianqing banner proud. The day after tomorrow, I will bring people to cheer you on. Lian Shuerong waved her hand. Ling Han hurriedly left. He was really afraid that Lian Shuerong would cancel his leave and make him return to the army from tomorrow onwards. After he left the base camp, he did not directly return to the city. Instead, he began to practice in a desolate neighborhood. He wanted to know his maximum battle prowess. The limit of power he could release was 9 meters. This didn't increase by much. Previously, it was already 6 meters. He didn't expect his power to increase so much, but the distance didn't increase by much. Additionally, in the case of overlapping layers of power, it was 15 layers. This was only under normal circumstances. If he channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, he could attain 20 layers. Even if it's a blood transformation tier cultivator whose blood is boiling, as long as I avoid a head-on confrontation and deliver 20 layers of power, I don't believe that there is anyone I won't be able to defeat, Ling Han murmured. His battle prowess limit was equivalent to 20 blood transformation tier first change cultivators attacking at the same time. Who at the same cultivation level could block that? He returned to his quarters, and began to anticipate what kind of rewards he would obtain in the martial arts tournament that would be held 2 days later. A day later, he received an invitation, which was sent out by the city lord's residence. As it turned out, the day after tomorrow was the 18th birthday of the young miss of the city lord residence. Since I've received an invitation, what kind of birthday gift should I prepare? Ling Han rubbed his chin. He couldn't go empty-handed, right? I'll take a look at pill recipes. What women care about the most is naturally looks, especially beautiful women. The lifespan of the people in this world is extremely short, so their appearances also age easily. In that case, the effects should be quite good if I give you an everlasting youth pill. Alright, let's go to the online platform and see if there are any pill recipes like this. Ling Han immediately did as he said. He opened the optical computer and began searching. Chapter 3182, 3182 Everlasting Youth Pill. 3182 Everlasting Youth Pill. Everlasting Youth Pill was the favorite of women, especially beautiful women. Who didn't want to preserve their most beautiful side forever? Ling Han soon saw the information about Everlasting Youth Pill on the trading platform. Of course, it wasn't a completed pill, but an incomplete recipe. In the last era of civilization, there was indeed something like the Everlasting Youth Pill. However, with the destruction of this civilization, the recipe for the Everlasting Youth Pill had also been destroyed, and had not been completely passed on to this day. On this pill recipe, there was only an introduction to the effects of Everlasting Youth Pill, as well as the color and smell of the completed pill, and the method of assessing its quality. As for the specific ingredients needed, a corner of the page was missing. There wasn't much missing. At most, there were 4 medicinal ingredients missing. However, no matter how the alchemists of the modern era studied it, they were still unable to complete it. Fuck, even the incomplete recipe has to be sold for 10,000 Dark North coins. Do you really think money comes from the wind? Ling Han looked at the transaction information, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, only one person had made the deal, so Ling Han could only accept it and bid on the pill recipe. What could be seen on this page was only the introduction to Everlasting Youth Pill's functions, and below it were a great many messages, most of which were left by females, begging some grandmaster to repair this pill recipe for the benefit of the world. After Ling Han paid, it wasn't long before the complete pill recipe appeared before him. He scanned the ingredients, then went to find out the specific uses of each ingredient. Then, he began to ponder. In the Genesis world, Everlasting Youth Pills also existed, so what Ling Han had to do was very simple. He had to make a comparison between the two, and from there, find what was on the missing corner of the page. After only half a day, Ling Han murmured, I have 3 options, but I don't know which one is the most correct. He immediately went to buy medicinal ingredients, then began to concoct alchemical pills. The Everlasting Youth Pill had very low requirements for formations, so it was very easily matched. Ling Han released his spiritual power and activated the formations. Then, his spiritual power transformed into a hand that threw one medicinal ingredient after another into the formations. Using his spiritual power to grab medicinal ingredients would further decrease the impurities. No matter what, his hands would eventually be stained with something, but in the Genesis world, Ling Han's strength was too strong, so his hands naturally wouldn't be touched by the slightest bit of dust, so it didn't matter. Thus, Ling Han was gradually developing the habit of using his spiritual power to grab medicinal ingredients now. This was only an elementary level alchemical pill, and was very easy to concoct. 2 hours later, Ling Han succeeded with a single attempt. Let's try the other 2 options. He also concocted the everlasting youth pill that corresponded to the other 2 options, totaling 14 pills. He analyzed the 3 types of everlasting youth pills one by one. With the Alchemy Emperor's strength, he immediately made a judgment. The everlasting youth pill that he refined from the second method would have the best effects. The effects of the other 2 types are about 3 years, but this one is 5 years. Furthermore, it can also make one's skin glow. Ling Han nodded, and resolutely threw away the inferior goods. How could the Alchemy Emperor sell inferior goods? This should also be able to sell for a high price. I'll go find a Mo Guohao and give him the pill recipe as well. I'll take a direct share of the profits, which will save me some energy. Otherwise, with more and more alchemical pills that I have to refine, how will I be able to spare the time to concoct this? It doesn't matter if I earn less. The fundamental purpose of my alchemy isn't for money, but to increase my strength and make preparations for Wanxing and the others after they come out. Ling Han made a trip to Mercy Medicine Hall. It was really coincidental. He had just arrived at the entrance, when he saw Zhong Yangbi walk out from within. The other party also discovered him at the same time, and his eyes immediately became fierce, as if he wanted nothing more than to devour him. Ling Han, he forced out through gritted teeth. Ling Han acted as if he had not heard anything. He entered into the pharmacy, and directly went up to the second floor. Mo Guohao had long since instructed the staff that Ling Han could come and go freely here. He was ostentatiously ignored. Zhong Yangbi clenched his fists, filled with fury. He really couldn't figure out why his master would be so polite to the deputy captain of Shenqing Banner. Wasn't it because that he was just a little better at fighting? But no matter how good he was at fighting, how could he compare to Tuoba Tianhuang? There's no way I'm going to swallow this, he thought. How could Ling Han possibly care? He went up to the second floor and entered Mo Guohao's study. Mo Guohao just happened to be drinking tea after going through his accounts. Young friend Ling, how come you have the time to come and play today? Mo Guohao asked smilingly. He knew that Ling Han was an alchemy mania. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way he could have concocted 900 Meridian exploration pills in a single week. He was practically like a maniac. Speaking of which, he still didn't understand how Ling Han had managed to concoct so many Meridian exploration pills. This was because even if he had a 100% success rate and concocted them 24 hours a day, there was still far from enough time. Ling Han took out a bottle of alchemical pills and placed it on the table. He said, "This is everlasting youth pill." Pooh! The pitiful Mo Guohao had just taken a sip of tea, yet all of a sudden spluttered out, causing him to cough endlessly. Was this for real? Young friend, you are really going to defy the heavens. He hurriedly grabbed the pill bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill to carefully observe. Regarding Ling Han's natural talent in alchemy, aside from feeling rueful, he had nothing else to say. After a while, Mo Guohao revealed a shocked expression and said, "This is indeed everlasting youth pill. It completely matches the description on the pill recipe. This smell, this color, and," he pinched a bit, then nodded, "and this smell, after ingesting it, there is a kind of vitality factor." He was even more stunned. There is actually a sliver of whitening effect. This wasn't just the everlasting youth pill, it was practically the whitening everlasting youth pill. Young friend. His face was filled with excitement. The modifications to the Meridian Exploration pill and the Mystical Power pill benefits the nation and the people, enough to allow your name to be remembered for 100 lifetimes. However, the completion of the everlasting youth pill can truly bring you mountains of gold and silver. Oh, does the everlasting youth pill have such great effects? Ling Han asked with a smile. This is not a question of whether one's abilities would improve or not, but rather a question of how much a woman would be willing to pay for this item. Mo Guohao was extremely rueful. Though the main force in this world for making money is men, the main force for spending money is women. And having one's youth last forever is every woman's dream. For the sake of your dream, how much are you willing to pay? He countered Ling Han's question. To the point of bankruptcy, Ling Han said. He was speaking the truth. Just look, he had spent more than 10 million without batting an eyelid. Wasn't it all for the sake of speeding up his cultivation? That's right, Mo Guohao said with a smile. Thus, even if everlasting youth pills are sold for 100,000 each, I guarantee that the supply will not be able to meet the demand. No matter how large the quantity, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell. Ling Han nodded and said, I want to gift this pill recipe to you. In the future, I'll take 10% off the profit of every everlasting youth pill that you sell. Hiss. Mo Guohao looked at Ling Han in shock. He had just analyzed with Ling Han how popular everlasting youth pill would be, but in the next turn, Ling Han was willing to part with the pill recipe, and only take 10% of the profits. A good person? No, this was so good that he had practically become an idiot. Chapter 3183, 3183 Gifting Pill Recipes. 3183 Gifting Pill Recipes. Young friend, are you really willing to give the pill recipe to me? Even with Mo Guohao's personality, he still couldn't control himself, his heart trembling madly. Ling Han was nonchalant. This kind of low-level alchemical pill could actually only earn some money from those at the lower ranks to satisfy his present cultivation needs. You see, if he really reached the blood transformation tier, or even a higher cultivation level, could money still buy the ingredients he needed? Impossible. When one had reached a certain height, it would definitely be an item exchange, a treasure exchanged for another treasure. Not only the everlasting youth pill, but also the modified version of the mystical power pill and the Meridian exploration pill. The conditions are all the same, Ling Han said. Mo Guohao was already numb with shock. No, he corrected his previous assessment of Ling Han. This was not a good person, nor was he an idiot, but rather, a saint. That's right, he was definitely a saint. He was filled with integrity. No, 10% is really too little, at least 50%. After Mo Guohao came back to his senses, he hurriedly said with a serious expression. He only had to obtain any one pill recipe, and he would have the confidence to become extremely wealthy. Gathering all 3 pill recipes, the seat that belonged to the richest man of the Dark North nation would be beckoning at him. You will be in charge of skill, cost, and manpower. I have only offered the pill recipe, so 10% is enough, Ling Han said with a smile. No, 40%, then 40%. Mo Guohao insisted. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely call them 2 idiots. Wasn't it? There was actually someone who was willing to sacrifice their profits for nothing. What else could it be but an idiot? In the end, after much persuasion, Mo Guohao finally managed to convince Ling Han to accept the proposal of 30% share of the profits, which made him sigh in relief. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn money, but that Ling Han had too much room for development. In future, he would definitely become a big shot in alchemy. At that time, if word got out that he had taken advantage of Ling Han, then everyone would be able to drown him to death just by spitting at him. Being a merchant was naturally beneficial, but one's heart couldn't be black. Ling Han gave the 3 pill recipes to Mo Guohao, and told him to immediately advertise the everlasting youth pill. However, the actual sale date was set for next month. Although Mo Guohao didn't understand, in his heart, Ling Han had already leaped to the level of a god, so he naturally agreed. Regarding Ling Han, he was completely impressed. Even though he was a middle-level alchemist, and was superior to Ling Han, unknowingly, he had already placed himself in a lower position. For some people, prodigious talent overflowed, and could not be measured by age. Ling Han returned in satisfaction. Now, he didn't have to spend time on these 3 types of alchemical pills. Instead, he could study more profound pill recipes. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was still not up to standard, and he was unable to construct the middle-level formations. He was still unable to set up that killing formation. In fact, he was not even able to create a formation foundation. Huan Shui, how's your cultivation going? Ling Han called his little handmaiden over. She had also gotten some benefits from the rich man's formation previously. Young master, Huan Shui is now on 8 meridians, the little female attendant said excitedly. All right, try to reach 12 meridians as soon as possible, Ling Han nodded. Huan Shui will definitely work hard. The little female attendant clenched her fists tightly, filled with motivation. She had a wish, and that was to obtain powerful strength, so that she could be by Ling Han's side. Then, she would be able to stay by Ling Han's side for the rest of her life. Otherwise, she would always worry that she would be abandoned one day. The little handmaiden continued to cultivate with the spirit-gathering formation, while Ling Han sensed the third extraordinary meridian. Every minute of cultivation time was precious. However, the more meridians that were opened, the more difficult it would be to take another step further. By midnight, Ling Han still did not succeed, so he could only give up and go to bed. Pang! Suddenly, a light sound woke Ling Han up. He raised his upper body, and his spiritual power surged. It had already surged into the courtyard, and clearly sensed the two figures. It was one of them who had shot out a punch, breaking through the psychedelic formation in the courtyard. Terrifying blood surged all over his body, and he could sense it very clearly. Being able to forcibly break through this psychedelic formation with brute force only meant one thing: this person was a blood transformation tier cultivator, and added with his boiling blood, there was no need to doubt it at all. These two people were masked in black robes, and held swords that shone brightly in their hands, exuding a sinister air. Assassins. Ling Han immediately thought. Previously, 2 had come, and in the end, 1 had been killed by the little female attendant, scaring the other away. He had not thought that so long had passed, and the latter would make a comeback. This time, an elite of the blood transformation tier had been mobilized. Head-on confrontation, or retreat. Ling Han only had a single thought before deciding to face this attack head-on. Peng, he directly broke open the window, and stood in the courtyard. Blood surged. This was only the first cultivation level of a blood transformation tier elite, so he wasn't afraid of a battle. If it was a condensed blood pillar or even condensed blood beast, he would definitely run away immediately with his little female attendant. Such good senses. A black-robed man said. He chuckled coldly, however, in the end, you are only a meridian opening tier elite. Old Su, you stand guard. If the girl comes out, kill her, and I will deal with this brat. All right. The other black-robed man nodded. Their mission was very simple, and that was to kill Ling Han. As for Huan Shui, as long as it did not affect them, they would not kill her. That was because they would be collecting money if they killed someone. How could they kill someone for nothing if they were not going to be paid for it? Ling Han smiled calmly. Who sent you? You're already close to death, so what's the point of asking so many questions? The assassin in black looked at Ling Han balefully. All right, if you must know, my name is Zhang San. I'm Li Si, the other man in black said with a chuckle. Ling Han shook his head and said, I'll inscribe these 2 names on your tombstones. Die. Zhang San charged over, his sword sweeping out like a rainbow. Ling Han clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Pang! With the release of his power, Ling Han was unafraid of the sharpness of his weapon. With a loud bang, Ling Han's figure retreated, but Zhang San also took a few steps back, his boiling blood wavering. What? Li Si saw this, and couldn't help but look shocked. Ling Han was clearly only a meridian opening tier elite, so how could he rival a blood transformation tier elite? Though they were not the best of the blood transformation tier elites, there were only a total of 7 blood transformation tier assassins from hell. Under the suppression of a major cultivation level, in terms of power, Ling Han only had a slight disadvantage. Hiss. Zhang San was also stunned. Fuck, he had been screwed over by the intelligence again. Previously, it was said that Ling Han only possessed 10 meridians. In the end, the organization sent out 2 silver-plate assassins with 12 Meridians, yet they were killed and defeated by a woman. They only managed to escape after using a rare treasure. Now, they sent out 2 elites of first change blood transformation tier, and in the end, a man ran out, and his strength was unbelievable. Could it be that the assassination mission was just a foil, and the purpose was to screw over their hell organization? Again. Zhang San made a comeback, his sword soaring into the sky. After exchanging a blow, Ling Han was already confident. He laughed loudly, and charged towards Zhang San. Pung! 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 The 2 of them exchanged blows. Though Ling Han's power was slightly inferior, it wasn't by much. They exchanged blows. Li Si was completely speechless. This was too ridiculous. Chapter 3186. Young Master. The maid rubbed her eyes. She had been cultivating the entire time today, so she had slept like a log. Even now, she was still a bit dazed. But when she saw the battle going on in the courtyard, she immediately woke up. Don't be nervous. Watch how young master shows his power, said Ling Han, clearly full of confidence. The maid immediately calmed down. She was full of confidence in Ling Han. Arrogant Zhang San also calmed down. It was inconceivable for someone at the Meridian opening realm to possess such power. But no matter what, that was only the Meridian opening realm. It was impossible for him to have the power of the blood transformation realm. I'll let you see the true power of the blood transformation realm. He let out a long roar, and his entire body surged with blood chi, wrapping around the blade of the sword, causing the originally blazing white blade to turn dark red, as if it was dripping blood. Shwa, the sword actually split apart Ling Han's energy as if it wasn't being blocked at all. Ling Han was startled. Blood chi actually had such an effect? This is the suppression of secret energy in terms of quality. Little brat, sneered Zhang San. His sword pressed forward, cold light flashing. Is that so? Ling Han no longer held back. He used the demon monkey fist, and his combat strength immediately skyrocketed. The demon monkey fist was incomparably crafty and agile, but it also didn't lose its domineeringness. It was like an ancient berserk diamond monkey that could even kill a true dragon. The key was that after using the demon monkey fist, Ling Han's strength could stack up to 15 layers. He didn't use 15 layers at once, but 10 layers. But 10 layers was still incomparably terrifying. It was equivalent to 10 Ling Han's combined attacks. If he was hit by it, it would be fatal. Boom! Xiao Chen punched out, and the sound waves stacked on top of each other, forming a fist visible to the naked eye, blasting towards Zhang San. Break! Zhang San's sword slashed out, and that fist was immediately cut apart. But that didn't matter. The 2 halves of the fist still shot towards him, and its power hadn't decreased much. What? Zhang San was shocked. His attack had the suppression of the blood transformation realm, but it was still unable to destroy Ling Han's attack. How solid was the power of this fist? He didn't dare to take it head-on, and hurriedly dodged. Peng, this punch hit empty air, and blasted into the wall behind him, instantly and soundlessly creating a large hole. Zhang San and Li Si sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Just how much power did that punch have to be to make such a huge hole in a wall without making the slightest sound? How troublesome, Zhang San said, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Li Si nodded. The strongest aspect of the blood transformation realm was the ability to boil one's blood chi, increasing one's strength by 2 or even 3 times in a short period of time. Under this kind of crushing pressure, who could resist? Zhang San let out a soft roar. Hong, his entire body sprayed out a cloud of blood mist. His eyes also turned blood red, and his aura instantly rose to a new height. He didn't even want his sword anymore and threw it aside. His hands turned into claws like a mad wolf. Ling Han shivered. With his blood chi surging, the blood transformation realm could increase his strength by 2 to 3 times. That was extremely terrifying and could completely suppress him. But, come. Die, young man. Zhang San charged over. In that instant, his speed surpassed the speed of sound, and only his mouth could be seen moving. Only when his claws reached did his voice reach him. Ling Han didn't take it head-on. At least 10 minutes was Zhang San's explosive period, and he definitely couldn't take it head-on. He slid to the side, but punched out with the power of 15 stacks. Child's play. Zhang San sneered, and struck out with his claws. Peng, the power of Ling Han's punch was immediately shattered. The power of 15 stacks was also useless. Ling Han bared his teeth again. A blood-changing tier warrior in a berserk state was really freakish. Die, die, die. Zhang San continued to attack. Ling Han dodged, but he definitely wasn't just taking the hits. He also took the opportunity to punch out. Even if it was only the power of 3 to 4 stacks, it was still enough to force Zhang San to respond. Either he dodged or he shattered it. He definitely couldn't take it head-on, or else he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The more Zhang San fought, the more anxious he became. It had already been 5 minutes, but he still couldn't take Ling Han down. One had to know that he could only explode for 10 minutes. At that time, his battle prowess would return to normal. Forget about killing Ling Han, it was even possible that he would be able to turn defeat into victory. Old Su, help, he called out to Li Si. Li Si glanced at Huan Shui. She wouldn't be as monstrous as Ling Han, right? However, since the other party wasn't making a move, he wouldn't waste his energy either. His blood chi immediately boiled, and boom, his power skyrocketed. Xiao, he charged out, his speed even faster than the speed of sound, and punched out at Ling Han. Under such explosive power, ordinary weapons were instead a burden to them. Thus, the two assassins gave up on using weapons, and instead used their hands. This was a part of their bodies, so they were naturally the most adept at using it. Their current strength was around 500,000 jin. If they were hit once, it was guaranteed that Ling Han's legs, arms, and chest would immediately burst open. Ling Han's situation instantly became difficult. His speed actually couldn't compare to Zhang San or Li Si. Previously, he could repeatedly dodge their attacks, but that was because he had eyesight that surpassed his cultivation level. Before Zhang San even pounced out, he could already determine the trajectory of his opponent's attack. Thus, he was able to respond in advance. In this way, he made up for his weakness in speed. But now? Two people at the blood transformation realm. Moreover, their blood chi had boiled, and their strength had increased by 2 or 3 times. Each of them possessed a speed faster than the speed of sound, and their strength was so great that they could instantly kill Ling Han. How frightening was this kind of threat? Ling Han's spirit, chi, and essence were uncontrollably raised to the extreme. His brain was working at super high speed, capturing every movement of the two people, and then making calculations to determine their attack trajectory. Thus, he could dodge in advance, and avert danger. At the same time, he was still punching out, affecting the two assassins, and winning himself a bit of time to catch his breath. The movements of the 3 people were extremely fast, and every gust of wind caused great damage to the house. Very quickly, the entire courtyard was turned into ruins. This place was extremely remote, and there were only houses a long distance away. Thus, the commotion of demolishing the house did not attract the attention of the neighbors. Beads of sweat dripped down from Ling Han's forehead like rain. His mental state was extremely tense. Don't be fooled by the fact that he hadn't thrown out many punches, and had been constantly dodging. But now, he couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake, or he would die. Under this kind of burden and pressure, Ling Han felt as if he was walking on thin ice every second, and was on the verge of collapse. But, he persevered. This should also be the effect of Ling Han's super luck value. Otherwise, humans would always make mistakes, and that one mistake would cause eternal regret. 5 minutes passed, and Zhang San's strength was the first to fall. His blood qi boiling had already ended. Chapter 3188. Ling Han thought again. Lian Shuerong once said that breaking through to the blood transformation tier would grant one an additional 30 years of lifespan. If breaking through to the ultimate bone tier was the same, then Feng Zixing's lifespan would reach 200 years. In comparison, wouldn't 90 years of age be equivalent to 40 years of age for a normal person? That city lord's name seems to be Feng Ruoxian. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's said that she's as beautiful as a fairy, Pan Hu said, clicking his tongue. His face was full of curiosity and even a trace of yearning. It's said that the city lord intends to betroth this young miss to a prince. However, the current emperor has yet to appoint a successor, so the city lord doesn't dare to make a decision. If he bets on the wrong person, then it'll be terrible. These words couldn't be spoken carelessly. If it reached the ears of the city lord, even if Feng Zixing chopped off his head, probably no one would dare to say anything. Criticizing an important official was a serious crime. Pan Hu dared to say this to Ling Han naturally as a way to express his loyalty. Ling Han smiled and said, I forgot to ask you, what powerful forces are there in the city? Young Master Han, you've asked the right person. I've done a lot of research, Pan Hu said. The number one force in our Crouching Tiger City is, of course, the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Feng Zixing is the strongest in the ultimate bone tier. It's said that he's already tempered his godly bones 5 times and is qualified to break through to the next tier. In addition, there's an old butler in the City Lord's mansion. It's said that he was chased by his enemies and was saved by the City Lord, so he was willing to be a servant. Now, he's also in the ultimate bone tier, but it's not clear which tier he's on. Below the City Lord's mansion are the 3 great clans, the Zhao, Li, and Wenren. It's said that they all have ultimate bone tier elites. Look at the man in white over there. He's the leader of the younger generation in the Wenren family. His name is Wenren Siue. He's only 34 years old this year, but he's already at the blood transformation tier. And that one in yellow, that's Zhao Zhishu from the Zhao family. He advanced into the blood transformation tier 2 years ago. He's only in his 30s and has a bright future. And this one, Pan Hu suddenly revealed a lecherous expression. He looked at a woman wearing a milky white dress, but it immediately attracted the other party's attention. She turned around and glanced at him, but it scared him so much that he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was a blood transformation expert. He possessed an absolute suppressive power over ordinary people. A single glance from him was enough to make people lose their courage. That's the Li family's most outstanding flower, Li Ziyue. Don't be fooled by her fairy-like beauty, she shouldn't be too shrewish and ruthless. Pan Hu shrunk his head and said, the Lu family had a second generation. Just because he took a few glances at her and said that she was pretty, he was beaten to death. The Lu family is second only to the 3 great powers. They even have a blood transformation expert guarding them. But what use is that? They don't even dare to make a sound. They just let it be. Liang, Ling Han, the tier. Outside, the Pan, Walwan family, outside, Master. Pan family, he outside, 1, 1, he. Outside of this circle, there were 6 or 7 smaller circles, the scale of which was obviously much smaller. The Lu family, the Yang family, the Qi family, the Hu family, the Long family, and the Tuoba family. These 6 families are under the 3 great families, and each family has a blood transformation expert. It is said that a few of the family's patriarchs are in seclusion. Once they come out alive, there will be another extreme bone realm faction in the city, said Pan Hu as he pointed at the small circles. These small circles were all centered around one person, and they seemed to be quite hostile toward each other. Occasionally, these small circles would integrate into the larger circle and toast each other. Which one is Tuoba Tianhuang? asked Ling Han. Why would this martial arts fanatic come here? Pan Hu shook his head and pointed to the left. Look, that's Tuoba Gong of the Tuoba clan. He's Tuoba Tianhuang's cousin. He used to be known as a genius, but with the rise of Tuoba Tianhuang, his brilliance was completely overshadowed. Ling Han looked over. It was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing, but there was an indescribable sense of oppression between his brows. He was originally a genius, but he was overshadowed by his own younger clan brother. It was indeed depressing. Apart from these martial art families, there are alchemists and array masters, Pan Hu continued. For example, the president of the Array Formation Association, Gu Tianhe, and the president of the Alchemist Association, even though they are only at the blood transformation realm, they are comparable to the extreme bone realm. Like my uncle, even though he only has 12 meridians, because he is a middle-level alchemist, he has great prestige in the blood transformation realm. Especially now, with the introduction of the improved secret power pill and pulse-probing pill, even the city lord is full of praise for them. I reckon that he can be included in the extreme bone realm. Of course, this is all thanks to young Master Han. He flattered Ling Han one last time. Ling Han chuckled. As long as Feng Zixing knew that everything was done by him, it was fine. Why did he need so many factions to surround him all day? They were just interrupting his cultivation. Hey, Yan Jun is here. Pan Hu suddenly said. At the door, Yan Jun walked in with large strides, followed by Yang Ziqing. The moment Yan Jun entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. This was the #1 genius in Array Dao. His future was limitless. For example, the descendants of the Lu clan, Qian clan, and other second-tier clans all surrounded him and greeted him. Yan Jun appeared modest and polite, but Ling Han saw the arrogance in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think much of even a blood transformation realm family. He had great ambitions. In the future, he wanted to make a name for himself in the capital and become an all-powerful person in Xianbei country. A killing intent flashed in Ling Han's eyes. He definitely wouldn't let Yan Jun go to the capital. Yan Jun had already hired an assassin to target him, and he still wanted to leave just like that? Wishful thinking. Young Master Han, do you have a grudge against him? Pan Hu asked. Although this guy was ignorant and incompetent, he was very good at reading people's expressions. Oh, that's right. Pan Hu clapped his hands and said in a low voice, it said that this guy is pursuing the black-green flag's flag Master Lien, and young Master Han is in the black-green flag. Hee, I understand. What do you know? Ling Han swept a glance at Pan Hu. This guy obviously thought wrongly. However, Yan Jun was pursuing Lien Shuerong. He nodded, finally understanding why Yan Jun wanted to target him. At first, he felt that it was inexplicable, but now it seemed that the root cause was Lien Shuerong. However, just because of a bit of suspicion and groundless accusations, he actually hired an assassin to kill. He was too narrow-minded. Ling Han always thought that no matter how talented a person was, as long as he wasn't broad-minded enough, then he was destined to not have a bright future. Young Master Han, what are you doing? Pan Hu was a little flustered, because Ling Han was striding towards Yan Jun. This was the meeting of love rivals. Their eyes were exceptionally red, and they wanted to fight on the spot. Chapter 3189. Pan Hu was shocked. Was Ling Han going to cause trouble? This was the city lord's residence, and it was also Feng Ruoxian's birthday banquet. If he ruined the atmosphere at this time, how could the city lord let him off so easily? Even if you're favored now, you can't be so unrestrained. No matter what kind of talent you had in the pill Dao, you still needed to rely on experts. You definitely couldn't get carried away. He hastily chased after him, but Ling Han's legs were too long. Paw, both of his legs strode out. He was unable to catch up. Brother Yan. Ling Han stopped in front of Yan Jun. Yan Jun's gaze involuntarily flashed, and his gaze towards Ling Han was filled with fury. The day before yesterday, he had once again been cursed by the infernal realm. They had even threatened to kill him because he had once again brought out fake information. Ling Han didn't have 10 meridians, but 12 meridians. He even had the strength to fight against the blood transformation realm. To tell the truth, Yan Jun didn't believe it. Even if it was Tuoba Tian Huang, an absolute genius rarely seen in 100 years, he was still unable to rival a blood transformation tier elite. How could Ling Han, a vice-captain of the Dark Green Banner, be able to do so? But he also couldn't think of any reason for the infernal realm to lie to him. So he believed that there were experts by Ling Han's side, perhaps even Lian Shuerong. If a 3-transformation expert acted in secret, then it really could protect Ling Han. Thinking of this, he naturally burned with even more jealousy. But now, this fellow had actually come to strut around in front of him. Haha. He only smiled. In front of the public, especially in a situation like today, he still cared a lot about his image. Ling Han, what are you doing? Yang Ziqing stepped forward. I'm talking to your master. What are you interrupting for? Ling Han laughed, pressing and pushing his shoulder. Yang Ziqing involuntarily retreated to the side. Ling Han pulled Yan Jun into his embrace. Come, let's chat. Who's talking to you? What's there to talk about? Yan Jun wanted to struggle free, but his attainments in formations were not low, and he was extremely talented. However, in martial art, he was only average. His cultivation of 12 meridians was indeed not low, but his strength was far inferior to Ling Han's. How could he possibly struggle free? But other people didn't know that although Yan Jun was pushing and shoving, it was obvious that he wanted to reject and welcome at the same time. Otherwise, how could he not be pushed away? You have 12 meridians, okay, everyone knows that. What a good gay couple. Even after arriving here, they still didn't forget to show off their affection. Pan Hu also stopped abruptly, his heart thumping wildly. Fuck, young Master Han really likes chrysanthemums. Ling Han lowered his voice and said, Yan Jun, no matter what you do, it's just a waste of effort. Flag Master Lian is simply not someone you can reach. This sentence infuriated Yan Jun. This was what he cared about the most, but the target that he thought would be easy to deal with turned out to be unexpectedly troublesome, causing him to sink into a quagmire. He was already annoyed to death, and with such mockery from Ling Han, he was naturally even more furious. He couldn't help but forcefully push towards Ling Han. This was an instinctive reaction, and with Ling Han's strength, it should have been futile. But who would have thought that with this pile, Ling Han would actually fall to the ground? He was stunned. What was going on? Yan Jun, you're too ruthless. Ling Han immediately climbed up, pointed at his nose, and said, I was talking to you nicely, and you actually took the opportunity to attack me. Shameless. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The two of them were just being sweet and affectionate, showing off their gay relationship in public, but now they suddenly turned hostile. They saw clearly that it was indeed Yan Jun who pushed Ling Han with force while he was unprepared, causing him to fall to the ground. Why did Yan Jun lose control like this? He was a well-known figure among the younger generation, a formation master with the most potential. How could he not even have this bit of self-restraint? This is Feng Ruoxian's birthday banquet. Aren't you afraid of offending the city lord by doing this? If this can be tolerated, what can't? Ling Han walked over with large strides, and slapped Yan Jun across the face. How could Yan Jun block Ling Han's attack? Pa! This slap landed on Yan Jun's face with incomparable crispness. Awesome! Ling Han said in his heart, who told you to hire a hitman to kill me? Fine, I'll beat you up first to vent my anger. Pang, pang, pang. Under Ling Han's frenzied slaps, Yan Jun could only take it all. How could he dodge? Now you know how to feel guilty. Why did you push me just now? Ling Han said as he slapped. Who felt guilty? Who the fuck felt guilty? Yan Jun even had the heart to eat someone now. He finally understood why Ling Han would fall with a push from him just now. This guy had dug a hole for him. From the beginning when he came over to greet him, to whispering to each other, to being pushed down, he had created the illusion that he had suddenly turned hostile. I didn't expect Yan Jun to be so humble. He didn't retaliate after being hit. There's no other way. Who asked him to start this? This is the city lord's mansion. If he dares to retaliate, then once the city lord investigates, he will be the main culprit. Speaking of which, Yan Jun really deserves it. If he had known earlier, why would he have pushed the other party? Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him before. Everyone was discussing animatedly. When these words reached Yan Jun's ears, he really wanted to shout out, who the fuck deserves it? I was tricked. Unfortunately, after being beaten up so thoroughly by Ling Han, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth to speak. Once he opened his mouth, he would definitely receive a heavy punch, hitting him until he saw stars and couldn't speak at all. I say, this person should be enough, right? A young man said. He was from the Qi family, and his name was Qi Suifeng. He also had a cultivation of 12 meridians and had a good relationship with Yan Jun. Ling Han stopped. Everyone thought that he would listen to the advice, but then they saw Ling Han glare at Qi Suifeng and say, who the fuck are you? I'm teaching my grandson a lesson. I don't need you to care. Grandson? Pfft, many people laughed. No matter how today's matter was resolved, Yan Jun would definitely become a joke. Yan Jun wanted to kill someone even more. In his heart, he yelled that the infernal realm was useless. They even said that there was no target they couldn't kill. Fuck, Ling Han had already escaped 2 assassination attempts and even humiliated him, the sugar daddy. Qi Suifeng's expression turned cold, and he said, you've gone too far. This is Miss Feng's birthday banquet. How long do you want to cause trouble for? He leaped out and then stretched out his hand, grabbing towards Ling Han's wrist. Ling Han chuckled and only lifted Yan Jun up. Qi Suifeng's grab pressed onto Yan Jun's buttocks. Yan Jun's entire body instantly froze. What kind of experience was it to have his buttocks grabbed by a man? Qi Suifeng was also stunned. How could Ling Han's movements be so fast? He actually didn't see clearly how Yan Jun was lifted up. Otherwise, he would definitely stop in time. He snorted and hurriedly stopped. If news of him grabbing a man's buttocks and not letting go were to spread, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. He wasn't good at this. Chapter 2162. A Beautiful Romance. What? Ai Kaifeng simply could not believe his eyes. His 2 attacks had been easily resolved, and the person who had attacked him was Ling Han. How was this possible? He almost wanted to rub his eyes to confirm if this was real. A mere heavenly soul had actually been able to resolve his attacks, and he had even launched 2 attacks at the same time. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Ling Han. Though he had been running all this while, his divine sense naturally had everything that was happening in the surrounding space under his control, and he could clearly see this scene. He was about to be scared to death. Back then, Ling Han's strength was similar to his. That was why the 2 of them had become friends after fighting. However, only 10,000 years had passed. How had this fellow become so powerful? In an instant, the 3 of them stopped at the same time. However, Yi and Ai Kaifeng had stopped in fear. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, Brother Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. Aren't you going to have a drink and talk? Yi laughed loudly. As long as you can defeat this fellow, I will naturally accompany you. It's a small matter. Ling Han nodded. Meanwhile, Ai Kaifeng was about to explode from anger. 2 mere dividing soul stages actually dared to say that they wanted to kill him. This was a huge joke. Ling Han had indeed resolved his attack, but how could he use his full strength against a dividing soul? Furthermore, Ling Han had definitely used some kind of precious artifact. If not, no secret technique would be able to allow a dividing soul to cross the immortal mansion. Reckless AI Kaifeng charged over. Since he had stopped running, this was a good thing for him. Ling Han placed his hands behind his back. When AI Kaifeng charged over, he clenched his right fist and punched back. Of course, AI Kaifeng would not show weakness. He punched out with his right fist as well, wanting to destroy Ling Han's body in one move. Bang! The two fists instantly collided. Strictly speaking, they were separated by about 10 meters, but the fist force from both parties had already collided first. Rules and origin energy were both bursting forth, emitting a startling radiance. Then, a shockwave rippled out. With a bang, because Yi was standing nearby and watching the battle, he was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. He was greatly shocked, and hurriedly tapped the air with his feet. Light patterns appeared on the soles of his shoes, allowing him to suddenly accelerate. He was actually even faster than the impact of the aftershock. AI Kaifeng only felt a strong force rushing towards him, and his feet couldn't help but start to retreat. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock, because not only did Ling Han not retreat, he took advantage of the situation to attack. In an instant, AI Kaifeng's outlook on life was distorted. He had actually been forced back by a heavenly soul. To beat back this was a nightmare. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could such an unimaginable thing happen? But his rationality told him that this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. The one with the surname AI, you have repeatedly mocked me just because your cultivation level is higher than mine, and you even want to kill me. Heh, so what if your cultivation level is higher? I'll beat you to death. Ling Han attacked mercilessly, and each of his punches was aimed at AI Kaifeng's lower body. It was as if he wanted to beat a bird to death. AI Kaifeng was furious, embarrassed, and shocked. He was actually not a match for Ling Han, but not only did Ling Han dare to turn around and attack him, but he was also targeting his younger brother. As the saying went, one shouldn't hit someone's face in a fight, but the importance of one's younger brother was naturally above one's face. I'm going to kill you, he roared in fury. You couldn't kill me in the past, and it's even more impossible for me to kill you now. You can only be beaten to death by me, Ling Han said coldly. Previously, his strength was inferior, and he had been focused on escaping safely. Thus, he was not in the mood to tangle with him. But now, it was time to settle the score. Peng Ai Kaifeng's legs instantly shrunk back when his fist landed on his little brother, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. Even if he had cultivated to the immortal palace tier, he would still have weaknesses, and his little brother was one of the weakest parts. Fuck, did I provoke you? You keep finding fault with me again and again, why are you so despicable? Ling Han threw a few more punches, and knocked AI Kaifeng to the ground. Then, he raised his leg, and ruthlessly stomped down on the area between his legs. A.O. AI Kaifeng's whole body bent like a large prawn, and he felt as if his balls had shattered all over the ground. It was incredibly uncomfortable. You still want to kill me? Fuck, if I don't trample you to death, you bastard. Ling Han became more and more angry, and his stomps became more and more vicious. He did not simply stomp a few times, but rather every step was imbued with the power of regulation. With each stomp, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the destructive power was incredibly terrifying. Since AI Kaifeng was from the void-resisting sect, he definitely had life-saving techniques, but he had obviously already used them before this. Thus, he could only be trampled by Ling Han, becoming weaker and weaker, and not far from death. He was both angry and shocked. Could it be that he was going to become the first secret emperor to have his D***ck trampled to death? This would cause his name to go down in history for thousands of years to come. However, Ling Han did not seem to have any intention of giving him a quick death. He simply stared at his lower body and stomped on it. Pu. Blood spurted out, and Ai Kaifeng felt his consciousness become more and more blurry. Death was quickly enveloping him. Ling Han showed no mercy. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would take their life. This was karma, and it did not matter who it was. Pu. He stomped down again, and Ai Kaifeng's body was instantly torn into pieces. Slaughter, metal, lightning, and other incredibly destructive powers rushed into his mind, directly destroying his spirit. A secret emperor died in such a humiliating manner. At the side, Yi was already stunned. He was a monarch himself, and he could even be ranked at the top among monarchs. However, he had never thought that a heavenly soul could slaughter an immortal mansion, and a secret emperor at that. How vast was the gap between him and Ling Han? Brother Ling, I have to say that I'm convinced. Previously, he had always called Ling Han by his name, and only now did he call him Brother Ling. This was a sign that he was truly convinced by Ling Han. Yan Jun had just caught his breath and almost fainted when he heard this. Whoever dared to have even the slightest relationship with an assassin organization was courting death. Nonsense, he said coldly, brushing it off cleanly. In any case, he didn't leave behind a trace of evidence. The contact with the infernal organization was all done by Yang Ziqing. So, as long as he didn't spill the beans, this matter couldn't possibly be linked to him. Yan Jun, you're so ruthless. Yang Ziqing said sternly. It was clearly you who was jealous of the relationship between Ling Han and Flag Master Lian, and made me hire assassins to kill him. Now, you're actually not admitting to it. For the sake of his own life, he could only throw caution to the wind. Oh. Everyone let out a long cry of surprise. So that was the case. This completely made sense. Who didn't know that Yan Jun was pursuing black-green flags Lian Shuerong? So, he was jealous and hired assassins to kill. This was reasonable. Yes, it wasn't legal at all. Chapter 3192. A Beautiful Romance. Feng Ruoxian greeted Wenren Siliu and the others with a smile, then eagerly responded to the others with a smile. She was as gentle as water, and did not have the slightest bit of the arrogance of the city lord's daughter, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and did not put on any airs, as if she was a child from an ordinary family. Ling Han, on the other hand, shook his head in his heart. A living person had died in front of her, but she did not even blink. How could this be the reaction of an ordinary person? However, it was none of his business. What happened to him? Feng Ruoxian pointed at Yang Ziqing and asked. Little sister Ruoxian, let me tell you. Li Ziyue walked over, pulled Feng Ruoxian to the side, and whispered to her. After a while, Feng Ruoxian walked back, looked at Ling Han, and said, Vice Captain Ling, you did very well. Praising himself, Ling Han was surprised. He had forced Yang Ziqing to flee, causing him to run into Feng Ruoxian in a panic, causing the old housekeeper to attack and kill Yang Ziqing. No matter what, the host would definitely not be happy if someone died at a banquet. However, not only was Feng Ruoxian not angry, she even praised him. This naturally made him feel strange. He nodded towards Feng Ruoxian and said, My apologies, I made a move at Miss Feng's birthday banquet and disturbed Miss Feng. Colluding with an assassin organization is not tolerated by the laws of the country. Vice Captain Ling does not need to blame yourself. Feng Ruoxian smiled gently, making people feel indescribably comfortable. No wonder Feng Zisheng was so confident, believing that his daughter would definitely become a favored concubine of a prince, and even had a chance of becoming an empress. Whether it was appearance, speech, or cultivation, she had nothing to say. Feng Ruoxian retracted her gaze from Ling Han, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with the crowd, she announced the start of the birthday banquet. Although the city lord did not come, with an old housekeeper at the extreme bone realm overseeing things, who could truly be at ease? Every word and action was extremely restrained. Ling Han did not mind. Once he delivered the gift, he could more or less retreat. The harvest this time was not small. He beat up Yan Jun and killed Yang Ziqing. It could be considered that he had collected half of the debt. Next, there was only killing Yan Jun. Everyone knew that the city lord had the intention of marrying his daughter to the imperial family. Thus, no one was blind enough to try and curry favor with Feng Ruoxian. That was simply courting death. Everyone was well-behaved and polite. Ling Han sat down beside Yan Jun. This fellow was currently drinking to drown his sorrows. After making a fool of himself in public, there was naturally no one who was willing to sit together with him now. Yan Jun's expression involuntarily changed. In his eyes, not only was Ling Han a rival in love, he had even become a malefic star now, causing him to feel a chill from the bottom of his heart when he saw him. Next time when you find an assassin, please find someone more powerful. Ling Han patted Yan Jun's shoulder. However, you probably won't have such a chance. Yan Jun looked at him coldly. Do you think you're amazing just because you know how to fight? The lesson you received today was not enough, Ling Han said with a smile. Yan Jun was instantly speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was inferior, how could he have been humiliated by Ling Han like this? There was no other way. What he specialized in was the formation Dao, but there were no killing formations among the elementary formations. It was basically impossible for him to arrange one to kill Ling Han. No matter how strong you are, in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, you won't be able to withstand a single blow, he said. That's right, in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, you indeed only have the right to kneel. Qi Suifeng walked over and sat opposite Ling Han and Yan Jun. This fellow's ears were quite sharp. It seemed that after suffering a loss at Ling Han's hands previously, he had his eyes on Ling Han. Ling Han swept a look of disgust at him. I don't talk to a damn pervert. Damn pervert. Qi Suifeng instantly recalled the scene of him grabbing Yan Jun's butt and penis, and his face instantly paled. Isn't this all because of you? Ling Han, you should be representing the black-green banner to participate in the martial competition tomorrow, right? Qi Suifeng didn't bicker with Ling Han. How could a disciple of a noble clan be so lacking in self-restraint? What, do you want to get beaten by me? Ling Han smiled. Qi Suifeng immediately had the urge to flip out. How could this brat's words be so hateful? He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, I can make a bet with you. If you can block 10 moves from Tuoba Tianhuang, I'll eat this chair. What do you want to eat again? Ling Han dug his ears as if he hadn't heard clearly. Qi Suifeng angrily shouted, eat the chair. This shout was heard by everyone in the surroundings, and all of their expressions became strange. What was going on? How could this young master of the Qi family not think things through and actually want to eat the chair? Speaking of which, could it be that the chair in the city lord's residence was made of special materials to be so delicious? Only then did Qi Suifeng realize that he had been tricked by Ling Han. Veins popped up on his forehead. How could this brat be so hateful? Before he could flip out, Ling Han nodded and said, fine, I'll bet with you. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang tomorrow, you'll eat this chair. These words were powerful and resounding. In a moment, the entire hall became silent. Everyone looked at Ling Han with astonished gazes. What was this guy saying? Defeat Tuoba Tianhuang? Did water enter your brain? You actually said you wanted to defeat that godlike man? Qi Suifeng was also shocked. The bet he had made with Ling Han was that Ling Han would last 10 moves from Tuoba Tianhuang, but Ling Han said he wanted to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. Was this the same thing? Could it be that the bet was more than 100 times more? That was completely impossible. He laughed and said, fine, if you can't defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, then you'll kneel on the martial stage for a day. How about it? Fine. Ling Han nodded. Everyone shook their heads. Ling Han was too arrogant. He actually said he wanted to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. It had to be known that Tuoba Tianhuang was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled in the Meridian opening realm. Even the city lord had said that if they were in the same realm, he wouldn't be Tuoba Tianhuang's match. That was just asking to be humiliated. Fine, it's a deal. Qi Suifeng slapped the table. As long as he waited another day, he would be able to see Ling Han's incomparably miserable appearance. He immediately realized he had overlooked something and hastily said, "What if you don't meet Tuoba Tianhuang?" Hearing that, everyone came to a sudden realization. Tuoba Tianhuang would definitely enter the finals, but what about Ling Han? What if he was eliminated early? This guy was bragging to attract attention. So this was what he was planning. How despicable. Ling Han was also surprised. He hadn't expected Qi Suifeng to think of such a possibility. He shook his head. If Tuoba Tianhuang isn't defeated by me early, then I will definitely wait for him in the finals. Otherwise, it will count as my loss. Those words were domineering enough. Everyone was unable to believe it. Where did Ling Han get his courage from? Fine. Qi Suifeng sneered. Ling Han had said such a thing in front of everyone. If he went back on his word, then he wouldn't be able to stay in Hidden Tiger City in the future. Miss Feng, this is a small token of my appreciation. I wish you a happy birthday, someone said as he presented a generous gift to Feng Ruoxian. The gift-giving segment had finally arrived. Chapter 3193. Someone started this segment first, and naturally, people presented their gifts one after another. Here, people had a habit, and that was to open their gifts immediately after receiving them. Therefore, in this kind of situation, everyone would give a more precious gift. Otherwise, if they opened their gifts in public, not only would they lose face, the host would feel humiliated, and it would be worse than not giving it at all. Li Ziyue gave a jade hairpin. It is said to be an artifact passed down from ancient times. It comes with a defensive formation. Once it is activated, it can form a shield and block the attack of the illuminating pulse realm. Wenren Shiyue gave a broken sword. It can still unleash some of its power. It is said to be able to cut through anything in the illuminating pulse realm. Zhao Zhigu gave a talisman soldier. It seems to be at the blood transformation realm. After everyone went up to give their gifts, their background would be immediately revealed. The aristocratic families that could come here were all elites. Everyone had a very sharp eye, and there were few things that they could not recognize. Yan Jun also went up to give his gift. He was a formation master, so he naturally gave a formation. However, it was not a killing formation, nor was it a psychedelic formation. Instead, it was a puppet. It was only the size of a palm, but once it was activated, it could turn into the size of a normal person. It was vivid and lifelike, and could complete some simple orders. Although it had no practical value, it showed that Yan Jun's thoughts were very clever. If it was a girl, she might be moved by him. Ling Han waited for a while. Seeing that no one else went up, he stood up and walked to the birthday girl. He took out a bottle and handed it over. Too many people already laughed. Although everyone's gifts would be opened on the spot, everyone would still wrap them up properly. This was a kind of etiquette, and also showed their sincerity. Just like Ling Han, he directly gave a pill bottle. Huh, too casual. Feng Ruoxian could not help but laugh. Vice Captain Ling is really a person with character. It was unknown whether this was a compliment or a mockery. Ling Han took it as a compliment. He said, "Miss Feng, happy birthday." "Thank you." Feng Ruoxian took the pill bottle and asked curiously, "Vice Captain Ling, what pill is this?" She had eaten quite a lot of pills, but she couldn't recognize what these 10 pills were. Ling Han said, "Beauty retaining pill." What? All of a sudden, everyone was shaken and became alert. The female guests even widened their eyes as if they were going to snatch it. However, the crowd soon revealed a doubtful look. The recipe of the face-retaining pill was just finished by Mo Guohao. It was said that it could only be refined next month. Where did Ling Han come from? Fake, it must be fake. Hee, people nowadays are getting better at bragging. Zhong Yangbi walked out. He should have come in when Ling Han and Yan Jun clashed. Otherwise, Ling Han would have noticed him. Brother Zhong, you're saying that these are fake pills? Yan Jun immediately asked. He hated Ling Han to death. Of course, he would not let go of any opportunity. Of course. Zhong Yangbi said proudly. He had just been given the recipe of the youth-retaining elixir, and the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall had not even started to refine the first batch of youth-retaining elixirs. Therefore, if Ling Han claimed that the elixir in his hand was an youth-retaining elixir, it must be a lie. Fake? Everyone was astonished. Ling Han actually sent fake elixirs. I understand. The most popular elixir now is the youth-retaining elixir, and it's also the most favored by women. However, it can't be bought yet. Therefore, he deliberately boasted to attract attention and flatter Miss Feng. This is a big miscalculation. Isn't he afraid of losing his head by giving the city lord's beloved daughter fake elixirs? As they spoke, housekeeper Mu seemed to have woken up from his slumber. He stared at Ling Han with a murderous look in his eyes, as if he would attack at any time. Ha 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 ha, I didn't come too late, did I? A middle-aged man walked out of the back hall with large strides. City Lord. Immediately, everyone hurriedly saluted. This was the City Lord of Hidden Tiger City, Feng Zisheng. He had the power to decide the life and death of the people in the city. Generally speaking, as long as he did not rebel, killing a few people was nothing. Therefore, he was an absolute big shot and deserved absolute respect. Feng Zisheng, on the other hand, was very casual. He raised his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. He smiled slightly and said to his daughter, "Open the gifts." "Yes, father." Feng Ruoxian respectfully replied. Her every movement made people feel comfortable and satisfied. Feng Zisheng then looked at housekeeper Mu and said, "Old Mu, why is there a killing intent all over your body? Who provoked you?" "Someone sent fake elixirs to Miss," housekeeper Mu said in a low voice, his gaze still fixed on Ling Han. Feng Zisheng followed his gaze and saw Ling Han. He couldn't help but smile. "Oh, what happened?" Feng Ruoxian explained how Ling Han had sent the elixirs but was questioned by Zhong Yangbi. She was impartial and didn't even mention her own emotions. According to reason, she should be very angry that someone had sent her fake elixirs. Feng Zisheng shook his head in his heart. He naturally knew that it was Ling Han who had improved the 2-pill formulas and completed the beauty-halting pill. Therefore, how could Ling Han have sent fake elixirs? He looked at Zhong Yangbi and said, "How can you be sure that these are fake elixirs?" Zhong Yangbi hurriedly replied respectfully, "My lord, the beauty-halting pill was completed by my master. This one was fortunate enough to receive this pill formula. According to this one's knowledge, the medicine hall has yet to refine the beauty-halting pill. Therefore, this one is certain that these are fake elixirs." Yes, it was reasonable and well-founded. Everyone nodded. From a logical point of view, Zhong Yangbi's deduction was flawless. Feng Zisheng smiled and took the bottle from his daughter's hands. He then tossed it to Zhong Yangbi and said, "Then you come and have a taste." "Just what is this thing?" "Yes, my lord." Zhong Yangbi caught the bottle and swept a glance at Ling Han, revealing a trace of complacency. "Brat, you've fallen into my hands this time." Ling Han didn't care. The ugly always caused trouble. Zhong Yangbi poured out a pill. He first looked at it, then smelled it. Then, his expression changed. Damn, isn't this the beauty-halting pill? He had received the pill formula, so he naturally knew how to identify the beauty-halting pill. Whether it was the color or the smell, it completely matched the beauty-halting pill. No way, it really is. Zhong Yangbi didn't give up. He took out a little more and put it in his mouth. This taste, this vitality factor, it was completely the beauty-halting pill. Everyone watched, but they discovered that after Zhong Yangbi took the pill, he seemed to have become stupid. He actually didn't have any reaction. Huh, could it be that this is a stupidity pill? Eating it will make you go into a daze? Someone laughed. This caused many people to laugh out loud. However, the city lord was also at the side, so no one dared to laugh out loud. Feng Zixing opened his mouth and said, "How is it?" Chapter 3194. Zhong Yangbi didn't want to say anything. He really hoped that the pill he had consumed was a mute pill or a stun pill. That way, he would be able to escape from such an awkward situation. The problem was that this was really an age-halting pill. It would only preserve his youth and whiten his skin. Hey, did you guys notice? His skin seems to have become slightly whiter. That's right, it's even brighter. Everyone exclaimed, especially the women. Their eyes were all shining. To them, this was even more important than advancing 1 or 2 cultivation levels. This is definitely an age-halting pill. Even if it's not an age-halting pill, just this whitening effect alone is enough for me to take it. Look, he only ate such a tiny bit. It's only been a short while, but it already has such an effect. If I were to take one, how terrible would that be? Almost all the women turned into hungry wolves. They stared at the bottle in Zhong Yangbi's hand as if they would immediately pounce on him. Even a well-bred lady like Li Ziyue couldn't remain calm. Her breathing involuntarily became much heavier. It could be said that if this wasn't the city lord's manor, if it wasn't for Feng Zixing overseeing things, this place would have already been in a frenzy. How is it? Feng Zixing asked again. This time, there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Fuck, he dared to let the city lord ask him twice? Zhong Yangbi quivered, and he finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "This is indeed an age-halting pill." Even if he was lying now, as long as he called another alchemist to appraise it, he would still be able to come to the correct conclusion. If he dared to lie to Feng Zixing, then his end would be very, very tragic. Then why did you immediately bite it off as fake? Feng Zixing asked. Zhong Yangbi was speechless. Previously, he had analyzed so much and was certain that this was a fake pill. Now that it was proven to be real, how was he supposed to explain himself? He thought for a long time before saying, "Vice Captain Ling has a close personal relationship with my master. Perhaps my master gifted it to him. Since you knew of such a relationship, why did you insist earlier?" Feng Zixing asked indifferently. Furthermore, since he is your master's friend, why did you lose your respect? There's something wrong with your conduct. This last sentence was a little heavy. If he was evaluated by the city lord as a problematic person, would the Alchemy Association still dare to focus on nurturing him? Although alchemists were very special, and the entire group was managed by the Alchemist Guild headquarters, who would dare to go against Feng Zixing in the small territory of Hidden Tiger City? Zhong Yangbi's legs went soft, and he knelt down. His face was pale, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Feng Zixing casually made a grabbing motion, and the pill bottle in Zhong Yangbi's hand flew back into his hand. He then handed it to his beloved daughter. "You have to thank Little Han, this gift is very precious." Little Han. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When had the city lord ever called a junior so intimately? From tomorrow onwards, no, from now onwards, Ling Han would no longer be an ordinary vice captain of the Black-Green Banner, but a favored person in front of the city lord. They couldn't understand. Was it because Ling Han offered a bottle of face-retaining pills? Although Miss Yufeng will have a great advantage when she marries into the palace in the future, she can be bought every other month. There's no need to value her so much, right? I really don't understand. Everyone was shocked. This was too hard for them to accept. Feng Ruoxian, however, bowed slightly towards Ling Han. "Thank you, Vice Captain Ling, you're welcome." Ling Han cupped his hands in return. He walked back, and saw that everyone's mouth was wide open, as if a large bun could be stuffed inside. Only Pan Hu gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Han was really awesome. Ling Han had just returned to his seat when he saw a young miss and a pretty lady coming over to purchase face-retaining pills from him. For women, every minute of their youth was slipping away, so even though they knew that the face-retaining pills would be on the market next month, they still couldn't help but want to get them one day earlier. Moreover, the face-retaining pills definitely couldn't be mass-produced. What if the supply was insufficient? Thus, the person who got them first would be able to retain their youth first. Ling Han then said that the pills were refined by Mo Guohao, and he only had 10 of them, which he had already given to Feng Ruoxian. It just so happened that Zhong Yangbi had found such an excuse for him, so he effortlessly pushed all the blame onto Mo Guohao. As for whether the doors of the Compassionate Heart Medicinal Hall would be broken tomorrow, that wasn't something that Ling Han needed to consider. After drinking the wine and giving the gifts, Ling Han quickly went to bid farewell to Feng Ruoxian. "Miss Feng, can I have a small request?" Ling Han suddenly turned back after taking 2 steps. "What request?" Feng Ruoxian looked at Ling Han with interest. This man was really different from the rest, and very interesting. Ling Han cracked a smile. "I want to ask for something from Miss Feng." When he said this, everyone was shocked and stunned. "Ask for something from Miss Feng?" Hiss, are you flirting with the daughter of the city lord? This is practically courting death. Haven't you heard that the city lord intends to send Feng Ruoxian into the palace? She's a forbidden item, and you actually dare to have ideas? Speak. Feng Ruoxian maintained a gentle expression from beginning to end, as if she had been trained since young to maintain this kind of calmness and gentleness no matter what happened. "I want to ask for a chair from Miss Feng." Ling Han said, "Previously, I made a bet with Qi Suifeng. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, he has to eat one of the chairs here. I'm afraid that he won't be able to find it, so I asked for one from Miss Feng first." Hee hee. Feng Ruoxian finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and covered her small mouth as she laughed out loud. The others also stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. This guy really remembered this matter. Furthermore, it was the same as eating a chair. Which chair couldn't be eaten? There was no need for it to be from the city lord's residence, right? For Ling Han to mention it at this time, he was obviously teasing Qi Suifeng. Everyone looked towards Qi Suifeng, only to see that this guy's hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was already about to explode from anger. Sigh, what a pitiful guy. Alright, please go ahead. Feng Ruoxian retracted her smile, and once again returned to her gentle appearance. Thanks. Ling Han lifted a chair, and swaggered off. Everyone was filled with admiration. Who could bring something back after entering the city lord's residence? It could only be Ling Han, although it was only a chair. Ling Han hailed a taxi, and returned to his residence. The little maid was curious, and seeing that Ling Han actually brought a chair, she hurriedly asked what happened. After hearing Ling Han's words, her eyes involuntarily lit up, and were filled with envy. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. There's no need to be envious. When your young master soars into the sky like a dragon, you will be even more resplendent than the princess. No, it's not like that. Huanxue hurriedly waved her hands. Huanxue hopes to serve young master for the rest of my life. It's just that Huanxue is afraid that when I grow old and become ugly, young master will feel uncomfortable looking at Huanxue. Ling Han stared blankly for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. This love for beauty was truly in everyone's nature. Even the little maid was afraid of growing old. Chapter 3196. Ling Han wins, the judge announced loudly. Zhuo Jian lay on the ground, his heart dead. After preparing for so long, he thought that he could rise to fame overnight, but it turned out that he had a bad start, often making heroes weep. Ling Han went off to rest. When the first round was over, the 8 contestants immediately began the second round of elimination. About an hour later, the second round began. The main reason was that there were 2 people who fought too long in the first round, and everyone was waiting for them. Otherwise, the other 7 groups would have already finished their battles. Ling Han's second opponent was the victor of the battle of attrition. Both he and his opponent in the last round were good at defense. If the judge hadn't ordered them to attack each other, they would have both been eliminated. In fact, it would have been far from over an hour. If it was just defense, the consumption of energy was very small, and it was very durable. Begin, the judge said. Ling Han's opponent had no intention of attacking. He tried to shrink his body to reduce the area of defense. His strategy was to exhaust Ling Han until he used up all of his energy. Then he would win. This was called the Turtle School of Defense. Ling Han smiled and said, "It's good that you don't want to fight. Let me." He clenched his fist and punched at his opponent. That person crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect himself. Bam! The punch landed, and that person was immediately sent flying. Then, he lay on the ground, unable to get up again. Ling Han wins. The spectators were all surprised. They didn't expect Ling Han to win so easily. His opponent specialized in defense, but he couldn't even take a punch. What kind of power was that? He's this year's dark horse. Yes, his strength is amazing. Don't underestimate him. He might enter the finals. He got second place in his first year. That's not easy. Everyone discussed. They were very optimistic about Ling Han's strength, but no one thought he had a chance to win against Tuoba Tianhuang. After winning 2 matches, Ling Han had already advanced into the top 8. He only needed to win 2 more matches, and he would be able to stand out from the upper half of the group. At this point, there were no more mediocre opponents. His next opponent was actually a woman. Begin, the judge said. The woman was dressed in red. Her beautiful eyes were like a painting, and she was extremely moving. She bowed slightly to Ling Han and said, "Mister, can you let me in? I have always had a wish, that is to see Lord Tianhuang up close. Can you fulfill my wish?" Ling Han shook his head. "No." The red-clothed woman sighed. "This answer really disappoints me." With a shake of her arms, a crescent moon scimitar appeared in each of her hands. Weapons could be used in the competition, but they couldn't be ancient artifacts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a competition of individual strength, but a clan's heritage. Ling Han did not mind. After he released his strength, the threat of weapons would be greatly reduced. After all, external objects were not as good as his own fists and feet. His pair of iron fists was enough to level the world. The woman in red shouted and brandished her dual blades to kill Ling Han. Ling Han didn't move. He waited for his opponent to enter his attack range before punching out. Bang! Under the crushing force of hundreds of thousands of pounds, the woman's techniques were all useless. Under the crushing force of absolute power, everything was nothing. The woman was instantly sent flying. Her dual blades also flew out of her hands, one to the left and one to the right. Shwa, they flew towards the viewing platform, causing a series of exclamations. Ling Han won again. He had entered the top 4. Soon, his last opponent also stood in front of him, but he still defeated her with a single punch. This caused a heated discussion among the audience. No matter who his opponent is, he defeated him with 1 punch. He's so strong. He might even pose a threat to Tuoba Tianhuang. What a joke, Tuoba Tianhuang is in existence. Even 10 Ling Hans together can't be Lord Tianhuang's match. That's right, you're thinking too much. No matter who enters the finals, no matter how stunning, it will only serve as a foil to Lord Tianhuang's strength. Lord Tianhuang's strength has long surpassed reason. In the end, everyone agreed that it was impossible for Ling Han to shake Tuoba Tianhuang's position. The top half's finalists had already appeared. As for the bottom half's finalists, they would only be decided in the afternoon. After lunch, the second half's elimination matches immediately began. Ling Han also stayed behind. He wanted to see what this legendary Tuoba Tianhuang looked like. At the start of the match, Ling Han saw a tall and slender young man with long hair like a waterfall, bright eyebrows, and bright eyes. He had an indescribable elegance, and as soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention, firmly grabbing everyone's gazes. Tuoba Tianhuang. Without anyone's introduction, Ling Han was certain that this was Tuoba Tianhuang. Sure enough, as soon as this person appeared on stage, he received a tsunami of cheers. The entire martial arts stadium was chanting one name, incomparably orderly. Tuoba Tianhuang. Unfortunately, Ling Han did not see Tuoba Tianhuang make a move, because every person who encountered Tuoba Tianhuang would automatically concede. Surrendering without a fight was a great humiliation to a cultivator, but these people did not receive any boos, as if this was a matter of course. Just like this, Tuoba Tianhuang entered the finals without a fight. In terms of difficulty, Tuoba Tianhuang had already crushed Ling Han. Then tomorrow it would be. Ling Han's interest was piqued. Originally, there was no one in the 12 Meridians that could be his match. Perhaps Tuoba Tianhuang would give him a pleasant surprise, or perhaps the other had also opened a hidden meridian. Returning to his residence, Ling Han continued to sense the third meridian. He had a feeling that breaking through 15 meridians was just around the corner. However, today's match was a great blow to the little attendant. Although she was full of confidence in Ling Han, the atmosphere of the entire martial arts stadium was one-sided by Tuoba Tianhuang. This made the little maid uneasy, full of worry. If he lost, how great of a blow would young master suffer? She did not dare to think about it. Ling Han cultivated until midnight. His body suddenly shook, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He had found the third meridian. Unfortunately, without the supply of mystical power of heaven and earth, he could not open this meridian. He could only wait. Early the next morning, Ling Han woke up early and waited for the sun to rise. He immediately began to break through 15 meridians. In just a few minutes, this meridian was suddenly opened. Next was the matter of broadening it. Ling Han practiced for a full half an hour before stopping. It was time to get the prize. Ling Han was full of anticipation. How much could a mystical cloud fruit increase his mental power, and whether it could allow him to reach the intermediate level? He did not consider the possibility of losing to Tuoba Tianhuang at all. Call Snow, bring that chair. Someone wants to eat it today, Ling Han said. Oh. Call Snow did not sleep well the whole night. She had 2 dark circles under her eyes. She carried the chair from the city lord residence and ran after Ling Han. Chapter 3197. As Ling Han and Huanxue ran, they would definitely turn their heads. Beauties were always eye-catching, not to mention the fact that she was carrying a chair. Furthermore, Ling Han's reputation was not low either. He had fought his way into today's finals. Even though he would definitely lose to Tuoba Tianhuang, he was still a famous figure. Now that the two of them walked past each other in such a manner, everyone was naturally curious. Isn't he going to participate in the finals? What's going on now? Is he trying to express his disdain? Is he just sitting there to deal with Tuoba Tianhuang? It's a pity that there are no tickets. Otherwise, would really like to see it with my own eyes. Soon, Ling Han and the little maid arrived at the martial art hall. Seeing Ling Han carrying a chair, the guards were naturally very surprised. However, Ling Han was a finalist today. Not to mention bringing his own chair, even if he brought a rocket launcher, as long as it was not used in the finals, they would not dare to stop him. However, when they entered, they just happened to see Qi Suifeng. Shit! Seeing the chair Huanxue was carrying, regardless of its style or color, he recognized it immediately. Fuck, wasn't this the one in the city lord's mansion? Ling Han, Ling Han, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you think you have a chance to win? Humph, he sneered. When Ling Han saw this, he said to the little maid, "Call Snow, cold smile." Naturally, Huan Xue would carry out her young master's orders without any hesitation. She immediately revealed a stiff, cold smile. In Qi Suifeng's eyes, this was a blatant mockery. "Look, I've already prepared a chair for you to eat. Hurry up and wash your mouth." He couldn't help but become furious. Ling Han was detestable, but he didn't expect his maid to be like this as well. Sure enough, like master, like servant. "Ling Han, I'm waiting to watch your show." He sneered. It was impossible for Ling Han to win against Tuoba Tianhuang. Thus, he could only act strangely now. Later, he would only be able to cry. "Summon Snow, make a face," Ling Han said. "Oh." The little maid put the chair aside and made a face. "Oh, so embarrassing." Qi Suifeng bared his teeth. Ling Han didn't even talk to him directly, and instead used his own maid to mock him. This was really too much. She didn't want to lower herself to his level. In any case, this brat would soon kneel down and say that he had conquered her. "I won't lower myself to your level." He swaggered off. Ling Han smiled. He wanted to know if Qi Suifeng would eat this chair. Yes, he was looking forward to it. "Summon Snow, let's go." The two of them entered the martial art arena. Huan Xue went to the audience seats first and sat down. She carried a chair, which attracted the attention of everyone along the way. Did he find the chairs in the martial art hall uncomfortable, so he brought his own chair? Ling Han went to prepare. Since there was only one battle today, he naturally had plenty of time. It would only start at 10 a.m. He closed his eyes to rest, and then someone came to inform him that it was time to go on stage. Ling Han followed the man. When he entered the arena, it was quiet all around. There was actually no one cheering for him. Ling Han was surprised. He knew that Tuoba Tianhuang was very popular, but no one was optimistic about him. Sigh. Immediately after, Tuoba Tianhuang also went on stage. This was completely different. Thunderous applause sounded, and countless men and women screamed at the top of their lungs, excited to the extreme. The difference in treatment was too severe. Ling Han had his hands behind his back. This couldn't shake his spirit. In the Yuan world, he had killed who knew how many geniuses, and in the end, the world respected him. The Yuan world was like this, and this place was no exception. "Begin," the referee announced. Tuoba Tianhuang looked at Ling Han, and said calmly, "Since this is the finals, it's not good to end it too quickly. I'll let you have 10 moves. Make your move." His voice wasn't extremely harsh, but it naturally had a domineering aura that made people willingly submit. Ling Han smiled, and his feet moved, charging towards Tuoba Tianhuang. Tuoba Tianhuang indeed didn't make a move. His feet moved casually, and very quickly, he had let Ling Han's 10 moves pass. "I'm going to make my move," he said. His voice was clear, and his jet black hair shone with indescribable elegance. He made his move. Xiao, a palm struck out towards Ling Han. His hand was whiter than most women's, smooth like jade, and would make women jealous. However, this palm strike was like a heavenly blade that could split the earth, possessing an indestructible might. Ling Han didn't parry, and his feet moved as well, evading all of Tuoba Tianhuang's attacks. Very soon, 10 moves passed as well. "I'll return 10 moves to you," Ling Han said calmly. Hiss, everyone on the spectators' stand bared their teeth. Because this was the finals, the venue had even turned on the sound amplification device, and the conversation between the two was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Ling Han had actually deliberately let Tuoba Tianhuang have 10 moves. It had always been Tuoba Tianhuang who let others have their moves, and today, he was actually doing so as well. One had to know that if others dared to boast in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, there would only be one result, and that was to be beaten into dregs. But what about Ling Han? 10 moves had passed, and he was still alive and kicking, without the slightest injury. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Everyone had originally thought that this finals was just a formality. If Ling Han was smart, he would surrender early, and if not, he would be beaten into dregs. But now? There was a return. This guy couldn't really be a match for Tuoba Tianhuang, could he? Impossible. Tuoba Tianhuang was just too careless, and did not use his full strength, allowing this brat to dodge 10 moves. Yes, that must be the case. These 10 moves definitely made that brat use all of his abilities. As long as Lord Tianhuang is a little more serious, he can instantly obtain victory. Everyone quickly suppressed their shock. Tuoba Tianhuang's invincible might was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Tuoba Tianhuang was also slightly surprised. He nodded. You're not bad, your strength surpasses my imagination. Ling Han shook his head. If this is all you have, you'll disappoint me. Ha 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 ha. Tuoba Tianhuang laughed loudly. You're very arrogant. I'm just stating the facts, Ling Han said calmly. Tuoba Tianhuang waved his hand. Alright, I'll be a little more serious. He attacked again. Shua, a palm strike was unleashed, slashing towards Ling Han, forming a terrifying sonic boom. This had not broken through the speed of sound, but it was not far from it. Hiss, as expected of Tuoba Tianhuang, his attack speed is close to the speed of sound. You should know that only those in the blood transformation realm can reach the speed of sound. That's why it's said that Tuoba Tianhuang is the number 1 person below the blood transformation realm. No one can shake him. Everyone sighed ruefully. However, the speed at which they spoke naturally could not compare to the speed of Tuoba Tianhuang's attack. This palm strike had already reached Ling Han. Ling Han clasped one hand behind his back, while the other clenched into a fist and punched forward. Pang! Tuoba Tianhuang's palm strike was instantly shattered. This time, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Previously, it could be said that Tuoba Tianhuang was going easy on Ling Han and had not used his full strength, but in that attack just now, Tuoba Tianhuang himself had said that he would be a little more serious. Heavens, Tuoba Tianhuang's seriousness had not dealt with Ling Han at all. Did he need to be very serious? Or was he completely serious? Tuoba Tianhuang finally revealed a solemn expression. The corners of his mouth slowly widened, and his entire person exuded a boundless battle intent. So you're this strong. That's great. He appeared to be extremely happy. I've always wanted to find a draw. Unfortunately, after I advanced into the 12th Meridian channel, I couldn't even find someone who could withstand a single attack from me. Today, can you let me fight to my heart's content? Chapter 3198. Ling Han laughed. What a coincidence, I've never met anyone who can last one exchange with me. How many of my moves can you block? Tit for tat, not losing a single bit of momentum. In the stands, everyone's blood was boiling, and their passion began to burn. In truth, what was so good about a one-sided battle? Only evenly matched opponents would be interesting. Come, let's fight. I'm still waiting to see someone eat a chair, said Ling Han. In the viewing platform, Qi Suifeng's face was as black as ink. He really wanted to charge down and fight Ling Han. But let alone the rules, even if he could go down, he wouldn't go down. What, was he looking for a beating? He clearly knew how terrifying Tuoba Tianhuang was. An opponent that even Tuoba Tianhuang had to be serious about, so how could he be his match? Good. Tuoba Tianhuang smiled. This was a happy smile, one that came from someone who had been unrivaled for too long. It was rare for him to encounter a good opponent. He finally assumed an offensive stance, as if it was the beginning of a palm technique. Everyone thinks that 12 meridians is the limit of the meridian opening realm, but that's not the case. Other than the 12 standard meridians, there are 8 hidden meridians. So the peak of the meridian opening realm should be 20 meridians. Your strength isn't any weaker than mine. You should have opened a few extraordinary meridians. Everyone thinks I'm suppressing my realm for this competition and haven't stepped into the blood transformation realm. What they don't know is that I'm only trying to open 8 hidden meridians. His words were spread to every corner of the stage through the loudspeaker, causing a huge commotion. What, 12 meridians isn't the limit of the meridian opening realm? There are 8 hidden meridians. I think I've heard of them before. They're called the 8 extraordinary meridians. Why has no one ever opened them? Didn't you hear what Tuoba Tianhuang said? They're called hidden meridians. If you can sense them so easily, how can they still be called hidden meridians? No wonder Tuoba Tianhuang is so strong. So he has 13, 14, or even higher meridians. Hiss, that Ling Han has also opened his hidden meridians. 2 monsters. Let alone the ordinary people, even the people from the 3 big clans and 6 small clans were shocked. They had indeed heard of the legend of the 8 extraordinary meridians, but they had always thought that it was just a rumor that no one could reach. They didn't expect it to be true, and 2 such super geniuses had suddenly appeared. That Ling Han can be recruited. The vice captain of the black-green flag. He comes from a remote area and has a clean background. He can be recruited into the clan with great benefits. Immediately get the family to work and tie this kid to our chief family's war chariot. On the grandstands belonging to the great families, the authoritative figures all issued the same command, which was to recruit Ling Han. This was an outsider with a clean background. They could use the method of recruiting a son-in-law to tie him to their family. In the future, it was very likely that their family would be glorified because of Ling Han. Ling Han looked at Tuoba Tianhuang in astonishment. You actually dared to mention the matter of the 8 extraordinary meridians in public? However, since it had already been announced, he didn't care. He said, I just opened the 3rd hidden meridian this morning. I opened the 3rd hidden meridian at the beginning of the year. It is now complete, and I am currently sensing the 4th. Tuoba Tianhuang said, since that is the case, our cultivation levels can barely be considered the same, so I will not hold anything back. Bang, his clothes suddenly bulged as if they were filled with air. This was the surging of the secret power in his body. The power was too great, and traces of it directly seeped out of his skin. That was why his clothes were bulging. His black hair danced wildly, making him look unruly and unrestrained. Ling Han felt the pressure. This opponent was really not weak. Not only had he opened 15 meridians, but he had also opened the 3rd hidden meridian to the limit. Of course, everyone's limit was different. Thus, even if Ling Han had just opened the 3rd hidden meridian, his strength might not be inferior to Tuoba Tianhuang's. However, those who could open the hidden meridian were all extraordinary geniuses. Thus, it would be difficult for Ling Han to surpass Tuoba Tianhuang in terms of strength. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and Tuoba Tianhuang was clearly serious. If Ling Han was still careless, wouldn't that be courting death? He was confident that he was invincible, but he definitely wouldn't be blindly arrogant. Ling Han also got into an attacking stance. This was the demon monkey fist. Both of them clearly hadn't made a move, but in the eyes of the crowd, a storm was brewing. Look, doesn't Tuoba Tianhuang look like a blade? How strange. He's clearly a person, but why does he give me the feeling of a blade? Furthermore, when he slashes with his blade, there's nothing it can't cut through. Ling Han is the same. He's like an ancient demon monkey, his feet on the ground and his hands supporting the sky. It's incomparably terrifying. This is a kind of aura. Logically speaking, only when one's cultivation reaches the blood transformation realm and their blood chi surges will they have a chance to form such an aura. But now, the battle intent of these two is too strong. Or, in other words, their mastery of techniques has already reached an incomparably high level. This naturally forms an aura. Someone explained that this was a blood transformation expert. Then, according to Senior's opinion, who is stronger? That expert muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head. We'll only know after they fight. Now, no one believed that Tuoba Tianhuang would definitely win. Ling Han also had 15 meridians. Although he was slightly weaker, this was already a true battle between people in the same realm. Either side could win, and either side could lose. Come! Tuoba Tianhuang roared softly. His figure charged out, and as his palms slashed out, the force behind them surpassed the speed of sound. Waves of sound formed, and they formed the shape of a saber that slashed at Ling Han. Ling Han was fearless. He used the demon monkey fist, and a fist imprint also stacked together with sound waves. Bang, 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 bang. When the two forces collided, a heavy sound rang out. Then came the sound of an incomparably concentrated collision. After a long time, the saber imprint and fist imprint both disappeared. The two of them are too terrifying. They have at least 10 layers of power stacked together. So after their first exchange, the two forces continued to clash like a hailstorm. A blood transformation expert was pushed onto the stage. This kind of battle was something that ordinary people, even those with 12 meridians, couldn't understand. Someone needed to explain. According to what I know, the Tuoba family's Azure Lightning Fist only has 9 layers of gravity. Furthermore, Tuoba Tianhuang should be using a saber art. He's only using his palm, so it's definitely not the Azure Lightning Fist. I've also never seen Ling Han's fist art before. The two of them must have had an incredible fortuitous encounter. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. In a situation where one's realm didn't change, cultivating a stronger martial technique was undoubtedly the most practical way to increase one's combat strength. And Ling Han and Tuoba Tianhuang were hiding such a huge secret. In truth, Ling Han didn't want to use the demon monkey fist in public, but he had to obtain the mystical cloud fruit. So he had to win. Then let's fight. Chapter 3200. Tuoba Tianhuang and Ling Han's battle had returned to the essence of the Meridian opening realm. It was a competition of power, a competition of how much power they could stack. It's time to end this. Tuoba Tianhuang roared. His voice was so loud that a great many people on the spectators' grandstands involuntarily covered their ears. He leaped high into the air, and pounced towards Ling Han. His palm struck down, and it was as if he was holding a heavenly saber in his hand that could split open the earth. At this point, no one doubted Ling Han's strength. He was a supreme genius on the same level as Tuoba Tianhuang. But there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Today, one of them had to fall. Who could it be? Ling Han also let out a long howl. He activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique. 2, 2, 2. His heartbeat accelerated, and more blood gushed out, speeding up the circulation of his blood. This also allowed his body to explode with more potential than usual. Break. He swung his fist. Bang, 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 bang. As they clashed, sharp sounds rang out incessantly, and Tuoba Tianhuang was forcefully sent flying. What? Everyone in the viewing gallery had their eyes protruding out from their sockets, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Was Ling Han going to win? Tuoba Tianhuang landed on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he had circulated his cultivation technique, causing his power to stack 18 times. He hadn't expected that he would be heavily injured in this exchange. Ling Han's fist contained at least 19, perhaps even 20, layers of power. Just how shocking was their raw power? Both of them were at least 100,000 pounds. How could he not be injured after being struck by 1 or 2 such waves of power? And this was Tuoba Tianhuang. A normal 12-meridian cultivator would have long since been blown to bits. Your cultivation technique is above mine, and the same is true for your fist art. Tuoba Tianhuang sighed. I admit defeat because I have too few techniques in the meridian opening realm. Once I advance to the blood transformation realm, I definitely won't lose to you in the same realm. This was the truth. In a situation where both sides had the same amount of raw power, if one side had a superior cultivation technique or martial skill, they would be able to unleash greater power and gain the upper hand. This was the meridian opening realm, and it was a competition of power. Ling Han smiled faintly. He could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang now, so as his cultivation level increased, the gap between him and Tuoba Tianhuang would only widen. A draw was impossible. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. He nodded, but said such a sentence. Well, as a person, he had to keep a low profile. Tuoba Tianhuang turned and left. Since he had already been defeated, what was the point of staying? Only when his figure disappeared in the aisle did sparse applause ring out from the stands. Then, the applause became more and more intense, and finally turned into a storm. Who could believe that the invincible Tuoba Tianhuang would actually be defeated? Does this mean the end of an era and the beginning of a new one? Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han. Everyone in the stands was shouting Ling Han's name. This was the glory that the champion deserved. Heavens, I really can't believe it. Our captain is actually this amazing. The profound Green Banner's warriors were also excited. Before this, they had told Ling Han that second place was already in the bag. They hadn't expected Ling Han to be so amazing that he had even defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. Of course. He's our captain. He's opened 15 meridians. How can he not be amazing? Starting today, our profound Green Banner is number 1 among the 4 banners. Huan Xue was so excited that her face was about to blossom. She clapped her hands as hard as she could, as if she didn't care even if they were broken. Her heart was filled with pride. Who asked you to look down on my young master? Now you know how amazing my young master is. But while some people were happy, there were naturally others who were worried. For example, Qi Suifeng. Before this, he wouldn't have believed that Ling Han could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. But reality was just so cruel. Tuoba Tianhuang really had been defeated. That meant that he had to eat a chair. What a joke. Putting aside the fact that the chair definitely wouldn't taste good, as the most outstanding descendant of the Qi clan's younger generation, how could he lose face in front of everyone? He had to quickly slip away. Hey, Qi Suifeng, don't even think about slipping away. Unexpectedly, Ling Han's voice rang out, and it echoed throughout the entire martial arts stadium through the sound amplification device. Don't even think about slipping away. There was even an echo. In an instant, Qi Suifeng discovered that countless eyes were staring at him. Even though most of them were ordinary people, he still felt as if he was being pricked by needles. I made a bet with Qi Suifeng. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, he has to eat a chair, and it will be from the city lord's residence. I've already brought the chair. In a while, Qi Suifeng will be performing in front of everyone. I hope that everyone won't be in a hurry to leave and watch, said Ling Han. The stands were too big. He naturally couldn't find Qi Suifeng among the 200,000 people. But it didn't matter. His words would be magnified. Qi Suifeng, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come. When everyone heard this, they were all delighted. When others won the competition, they would either be so excited that they would shed tears, or they would be so excited that they would dance with joy. Who would be as calm as Ling Han? He actually thought of the bet he had with someone else first, as if this was what he valued more. The little maid immediately carried the chair and jumped into the competition grounds. She was now at 8 meridians. Carrying a chair and jumping over a 6-zhang tall wall was a piece of cake. Fuck, they really had to prepare a chair, and it wasn't the normal version either. It was from the city lord's residence. Would the taste of the city lord's residence's chair be better? Chi Suifeng was the center of attention. How could he slip away? Although he really wanted to slip away, if he slipped away now, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in Hidden Tiger City in the future. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Go down. An old voice sounded, full of dignity. Chi Suifeng's heart instantly trembled. This was the city lord's housekeeper Mu. Hiss, this was an extreme bone realm expert speaking. How could he dare to disobey? Helpless, Chi Suifeng could only walk towards the center of the arena. His pace was extremely slow, as if he was walking into hell. In a way, that was indeed the case. But no matter how slow he was still able to reach Ling Han's side. Eat, said Ling Han with a smile. Ling Han, don't go too far. I am a direct disciple of the Qi family. If you insult me like this, the family will definitely not let you off, said Chi Suifeng through gritted teeth. Ling Han rolled his eyes. I was originally afraid that you would have indigestion, so eating one leg would have been enough. But since you're threatening me like this, then I won't take any less. Eat it all. Chi Suifeng couldn't help but cry. He really had a cheap mouth to provoke this fiend. From Ling Han's series of actions in the city lord's residence, he knew that this fellow was not someone who was afraid of trouble. It was over. He had spun a cocoon around himself. Eat it. There's a lot, so you don't need to worry about not being full, said Ling Han very considerately. Eat, eat. On the viewing platform, the people who had come to watch the show began to clamor. Chapter 3201. Chi Suifeng's face was ashen. He stretched out his hands numbly, snapped off a chair leg, and put it in his mouth to chew. Very quickly, the chair leg was gone. Since he had to eat it, the faster he ate it, the better. He could spit it out as soon as he got out. How's the taste? Ling Han asked from the side. Meanwhile, the little female attendant's face was already scrunched up in a bitter frown. Just looking at the way Ling Han was chewing was enough to make her panic. Chi Suifeng numbly handed over an armrest, not saying a word. His meaning was very simple. If you want to know how it tastes, then come and try it. Ling Han tactfully refused. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Please enjoy. Chi Suifeng numbly retracted his hand. Gotcha. He took a bite, and the sound was crisp. Eat slowly. No need to rush. No one is going to take it from you. Ling Han patted Chi Suifeng's shoulder and left. It was time to receive the prize. The prize for the first place was personally handed out by Butler Mu of the City Lord's mansion. When he handed over the prize to Ling Han, he gave Ling Han a deep look. Young man, you have a very promising future. Thank you, senior. Ling Han accepted the prize, feeling very happy. He wondered if his spiritual power would be strong enough to release the Empress and the others after eating this mystical cloud fruit. He was impatient and was about to leave, but before he left, he saw two people walking towards him. Lian Xuerong and Sun Jianfang. Lord Sect Leader. Ling Han hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. He was very respectful to Sun Jianfang. Very good, very good. Sun Jianfang nodded and patted Ling Han's shoulder, smiling. Sect Leader, has your hidden illness been eliminated? Ling Han asked. It has been eliminated, but it still affected my lifespan. Lian Xuerong said, Blood Transformation Realm should have an additional 30 years of lifespan. Every small realm increases another 3 to 5 years of lifespan. But because the blood transformation process is very domineering and will seriously harm the body, the increased lifespan is mostly offset by it. Unless Mr. Sun can break through to the extreme bone realm within 20 years, otherwise, she did not continue, but her meaning was clear. Sun Jianfang could probably live for another 20 years or so. Sun Jianfang, on the other hand, was very open-minded. He smiled and said, it's fine. I'm already very satisfied to be able to come to Xianbei Nation to see the golden age of martial art. Next, I'll leave it to fate. Ling Han did not speak, but he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely refine the corresponding medicinal pill in the future to help Sun Jianfeng break through as soon as possible and resolve the crisis of his lifespan. After talking for a while, Sun Jianfeng and Lian Shuerong let Ling Han go back. However, Lian Shuerong made Ling Han return to the team in 3 days. They might be going on a mission. Ling Han agreed and brought the little maid back. He guessed that many people would come to visit him, so he changed to another inn. No, it was time to take the medicine. It was time to eat the fruit. Ling Han opened the box. There was a jade box inside. He opened the box again, and there was a purplish-black fruit inside. It was not big, and it was like a walnut. Ling Han first looked, then smelled, and observed the faint patterns on the fruit. He nodded. This was definitely the Wonder Cloud fruit. It was exactly as described. He no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the fruit to eat. This kind of treasure fruit did not need to be washed. It was naturally untainted by dust. Ling Han originally thought that it would be very bad. After all, he had eaten treasure fruits before. He did not expect that the Wonder Cloud fruit would actually taste so good. He chewed twice. He wanted to eat a few more mouthfuls, but he found that the fruit was already gone. Too little. Ling Han sighed. Speaking of which, he was actually a foodie. In just a short while, he felt that the Wonder Cloud fruit's effects were starting to show. His spiritual power was rapidly increasing. Originally, his spiritual power was at most able to grab a brush. It could be said that it was next to nothing. This was mainly used to communicate with runes. But now, he believed that he could grab 2 brushes at the same time. Moreover, it was still increasing. If this spiritual power was a little stronger, wouldn't he be able to use weapons to attack? Telekinesis was invisible, and unlike hands, it would not be confined to the body. It could be released, and it could even attack from the back. It was impossible to guard against. I have to be careful in the future. Ling Han nodded. Otherwise, if he encountered a telekinesis master, he would definitely be hit if he was careless and attacked from the back. The treasure fruit of heaven and earth did not require Ling Han to participate. It was just that he felt his heart beating faster and his head swelling. It seemed to have doubled in size and was still increasing. But when he looked in the mirror, there was no change. This was an illusion formed by the increase in spiritual power. It was squeezing the sea of consciousness. About an hour later, Ling Han calmed down. Other than his face burning, eyes red, and a buzzing in his head, everything had returned to normal. He tried to use his telekinesis, and the stack of books on the table suddenly floated. It was very strange. This was not formed by the release of force, but by telekinesis. Compared to before, the strength has increased by more than 10 times. The effect of a Wonder Cloud fruit is so awesome. This can only mean that my foundation is too low. That's why there was such a big improvement. Ling Han nodded. He believed that if he had another Wonder Cloud fruit, his improvement would be very ordinary. Let's try again and see if I can let Wan Xing and the others out. Ling Han looked inside his body and had already located the queen. He then pushed her, wanting to pull her out. Who is it? The queen immediately shouted, full of dignity. She was a 4-step cultivator. Ling Han could not speak, so he could only use his telekinesis to touch her and convey his longing. Ling Han, the queen said immediately. This was Ling Han's body, and if there was anyone strong enough to affect her here without being discovered, it could only be Ling Han. Ling Han lightly brushed her, indicating his agreement. You can't speak, and you can't use your divine sense, right? The queen said. If you are, brush me twice. If not, brush me once. Ling Han brushed her twice. The queen nodded. You're injured. Ling Han brushed her once. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. That means that the world outside is very special, and your strength is limited. Although it was not quite right, it was close enough. Ling Han brushed her twice. Big sister, who are you talking to? The heavenly phoenix divine maiden walked over. Ling Han. Ah, husband. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden instantly became excited. Although they had only parted for a few months, they were most worried because Ling Han had gone to an unknown world, and no one knew what Ling Han would face. Instantly, Lu Yutong, Li Si-chan, and the other women all ran over. Ling Han's spiritual power was not strong enough, so he could not convey his thoughts, nor could he carve words on the ground. He could only express through a light brush. However, this gave Ling Han a strong sense of confidence. He believed that if his spiritual power was a little stronger, he would be able to communicate with the people in his body, and if he was a little stronger, he would be able to release them. Chapter 3202. Ling Han conversed with the girls for a long time before he reluctantly ended. Now, his thirst for power was even more intense. To release everyone from their bodies required psychic energy. But without powerful strength, how could he obtain treasures that could increase psychic energy? In the end, everything depended on strength. Ling Han considered for a moment before bringing the little maid girl to the compassionate medicinal hall. Next, he was going to the black-green banner. He was worried about letting a young lady like Wuxia move to a place full of men. Furthermore, this was against the rules. He had never heard of anyone bringing their family into the barracks. Therefore, he decided to let Wuxia live in the compassionate medicinal hall. After all, there were 3 medicines that he would get a share of. It was normal to arrange for someone to look after them. Furthermore, as the importance of the compassionate medicinal hall rose, the city lord's mansion would pay attention to it. It was impossible to let anyone tear it down. This place was very safe. Ling Han brought Wuxia to the medicinal hall. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Mo Guohao happily agreed. He would take good care of Wuxia. After staying here for 2 days, Ling Han naturally ran into Zhong Yangbi. Looking at Zhong Yangbi's expression, TSK, he really thought of him as an enemy. Using these 2 days, Ling Han bought the materials and planned to create the blood transformation realm killing formation as soon as possible. But he couldn't rush it, so he decided to do it in the black-green banner. After dealing with the miscellaneous matters, 3 days passed. Ling Han took a large bag and set off for the black-green banner's barracks. He sighed ruefully. If only he had a spatial artifact. The current him, no matter how he looked at it, he looked like a thief who had just committed a crime. Entering the black-green banner's barracks, Ling Han was warmly welcomed. Defeating Tuoba Tianhuang and winning first place in the martial competition. With great difficulty, Ling Han squeezed out of the crowd and put down his luggage. This large bag was filled with clothes. Ling Han continued to study the middle-grade formation patterns. These formation patterns were really a very difficult thing to learn. After learning them, they would automatically disappear from one's mind, but when drawing them, one would need to combine a few or even more than a dozen formation patterns. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty by many times. Moreover, an intermediate array foundation was not that simple. Not only did it have high requirements for the array foundation materials, but it also had the same requirements for the ink. Ordinary ink wouldn't do. At the very least, it required the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm. Furthermore, some formation bases had special requirements for species. For example, for an ice-type formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like ice wolves and frost pythons. For a blazing flame formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like flame beasts. The killing formation Ling Han wanted to set up didn't have such high requirements. As long as it was the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm, it would be fine. If there was a requirement, it would be the fresher the better. However, I seem to lack everything right now. Ling Han sighed. The array foundation needed for a mid-grade array formation was abnormally precious, and most importantly, it couldn't be bought. Even Old Man Nyo didn't have it in stock, so he could only go to the Formation Tao Association to get it. However, he wasn't from the Formation Tao Association, so how could he do that? Forget it, he would cross the bridge when he reached it. He would first familiarize himself with the array runes and study the Tao of Alchemy. As long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to refine it. It seemed much simpler. Before Ling Han could start his closed-door cultivation, he was called over by Lien Shuerong. Not only him, but all the members of Small Team 7 were also called over. I have a mission for all of you. Lien Shuerong said seriously. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 immediately shouted loudly. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Was there a need to shout so loudly? He followed suit and said, I promise to complete it. It was extremely out of step. Lien Shuerong nodded. It was said that a demonic beast appeared in the 1,000 Lotus Mountain. It should be from the 12 lineages. It often comes out of the mountain to harm the townspeople. You guys go and find it and destroy it. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 shouted loudly again. Fuck. Ling Han sighed. I promise to complete it. It was still very out of step. Go. Lien Shuerong waved her hand. Ling Han and the other 8 walked out of Lien Shuerong's room. All of them had relaxed expressions. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to kill a 12 Meridians demonic beast, and there might even be casualties, Tang Hai said with a smile. However, with Ling Han's participation this time, it will be a piece of cake. Everyone laughed. Ling Han's battle prowess far surpassed that of a 12 lineages demonic beast. Even if all 9 of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Han. Yeah. If only Ling Han had come earlier, Vice Captain Lu wouldn't have died. Zhang Honglang sighed emotionally. Their original vice captain had unfortunately died during an operation to eliminate demonic beasts. Everyone's mood immediately sank. To them, the feelings of comrades in arms might not be as weak as parental love or romantic love. Alright, let's not talk about such sad things. Pack your luggage. We'll leave in half an hour. Tang Hai waved his hand. Yes, Captain, everyone replied in unison. Ling Han's mouth was half open. Damn, they were out of step again. Half an hour later, all 10 of them had packed their luggage and were ready to leave. Tang Hai led the way, followed by the 9 others. Ling Han brought up the rear because he was the vice captain. Their destination was 1,000 Lotus Mountain, which wasn't close to Hidden Tiger City. Based on their speed, it would take them 10 days to get there. Actually, if they weren't going to 1,000 Lotus Mountain, it would only take a day or 2 to fly there by helicopter. However, ever since the world had changed, many mountains had undergone inexplicable changes. Aircrafts couldn't get close at all, or they would suddenly lose their momentum and fall from the sky. Falling from a height of a few hundred meters was guaranteed to shatter every bone in the illuminating pulse realm. Therefore, if they wanted to fly there, they would have to walk around the mountain. That would take a lot of time. Then there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just use their legs and treat it as training. Of course, if they used a spaceship like Lien Shuerong's, it would be different. They wouldn't be disturbed at all and could fly steadily. But was it really necessary to use a spaceship to exterminate a 12 Meridian demonic beast? They traveled west, passing through mountains and rivers. After the world had changed, the rivers had changed the most. Rivers that used to be dozens of meters wide were now several kilometers wide. There were even giant rivers that were hundreds of kilometers wide. They didn't know where all the water came from, but they hadn't dried up yet. This was within the borders of Xianbei. The current emperor was wise beyond compare, appointing virtuous officials with clear discipline. The common people lived in peace, so no one was forced to become a bandit or engage in a worthless business. Of course, some people were born cruel and didn't need to be forced to walk that path. Therefore, the Black-Green Flag's mission was to exterminate these bandits and demonic beasts. They arrived at Thousand Lotus Mountain without incident. Ling Han gazed into the distance. Thousand Lotus Mountain's name really suited the scenery. The mountain peaks stood tall like blooming lotus flowers. But wasn't this place a little too big? Chapter 3204. Who would have thought that the seemingly internal strife between the braided man and the red-clothed girl was actually just to numb Ling Han's group, waiting for them to show signs of impatience or slacken their concentration for the attack to suddenly arrive. It was very sudden. Although Tang Hai had roared, not everyone was able to retreat at the first instant. Ling Han took a step forward and punched out with his fist. A terrifying force was unleashed. Under the release of the force, it was almost tangible. Pa, 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 pa. The incoming crossbow bolts were all broken by his arrow and fell to the ground. Under the suppression of absolute power, everything else was fabricated. Amazing, the braided man murmured. Quite handsome. The red-clothed girl covered her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. Not a single one died. A third person's voice came from the forest. Fuck, this is too disrespectful. Again. Shio, shio, shio. Another wave of crossbow bolts flew over. This time, everyone was prepared and raised the weapons in their hands to parry. Ding, ding, ding. They cut down the crossbow bolts and felt their arms go slightly numb. The power attached to the crossbow bolts was very shocking, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. How strong did Ling Han have to be able to completely destroy the first wave of crossbow bolts with one punch? Why don't you guys die? A short man rushed out from the trees. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. He glared angrily at Ling Han's group of 10. I, Wang Baisheng, have attacked twice and not even a drop of blood can be seen. Isn't this a disgrace to my reputation? Tang Hai and the others were soldiers and had strict discipline. They could only attack criminals. Thus, although the braided man and red-clothed girl had spoken rudely earlier, they had tolerated it. But it was different now. Someone had attacked them with the goal of killing them. This was equivalent to provoking Xianbei country. They could not tolerate this. According to the laws of the empire, kill. Tang Hai pointed his sword at Wang Baisheng. Kill. Lu Jing and the others also pointed their weapons at Wang Baisheng and shouted. They immediately charged over. Ling Han did not move. Wang Baisheng only had 12 meridians. Tang Hai and the others were enough to deal with him. He only needed to watch the braided man and the woman in red. Stupid shorty, can't you make the mechanism a little more powerful? The braided man shouted. We don't have enough time. Shouted Wang Baisheng as he fought against Tang Hai and the others. He was short, but his saber was longer than him, which made him look very out of place. However, when he brandished his saber, a strong gust of wind whistled behind him. The saber's momentum was incomparably vigorous, showing that his strength was extremely tyrannical. Clink, 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 clink. The sounds of weapons colliding rang out incessantly. Everyone here was at least 9 meridians and could release their force externally. Thus, the battle was not just about the collision of weapons. Every punch, every palm, and every kick could not be ignored. Wang Baisheng's individual combat strength was very outstanding, much stronger than Tang Hai's. It was estimated that it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2, but there were a total of 9 people in the 7th squad, and their combined strength would definitely surpass 2 Tang Hai's. Therefore, after a few moves, Wang Baisheng was at a disadvantage. Stupid shorty, do you need help? Laughed the girl in red. Pa, I don't need your help. You're trying to trick me into bed again. Wang Baisheng spat, then shouted at the top of his lungs, braided, come and help me. Damn, and here he was thinking how brave and unyielding he was. The braided man chuckled. All right, I won't play anymore, lest the night is fraught with dreams. He strode towards the battle. Ding-ling-ling, the bells jingled. Boom, a terrifying force streaked past in front of him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. The braided man looked at Ling Han in surprise. It was Ling Han who had acted and stopped him in his tracks. The two of you stay here obediently, said Ling Han. Little handsome, I can play with you. The girl in red jumped over and shook her fat butt, making one want to vomit. Ling Han had originally only wanted to hold the fort and let Tang Hai and the others deal with the three of them one by one. But after being disgusted by the girl in red, he could no longer endure it. He charged forward and punched. Bang, there was clearly still a distance of 10 meters between them, but the girl in red's expression changed greatly. Crackling sounds came from her body, and she was sent flying. Drawing an arc in the air, she landed heavily on the ground. Her entire body was flattened, and fresh blood seeped out, dyeing the grass beneath her red. She would definitely grow fat in the coming year. Stupid bitch, shouted the braided man. But the only reply he got was a blob of blood that grew larger and larger. Hiss. The stupid bitch had been killed with a single punch. The braided man's heart beat wildly. Although there were only 3 of them, they were not afraid of Ling Han's numbers. Because the 3 of them not only had 12 meridians, but they were also much stronger than ordinary 12 meridians. But the members of the black-green flags? They knew very well that only the captain of the team had 12 meridians, and the others only had 11 or 10 meridians. Thus, the 3 of them could easily suppress them, and did not need to worry at all. However, the reality was so cruel. One punch, and she had been killed instantly. Just the thought of this terrifying strength caused cold sweat to drip from his forehead. He had to run quickly, or he would be courting death. Ling Han smiled slightly. Let me give you a word of advice. If you don't want to die immediately, don't run. The braided man laughed dryly, and could only give up on the idea of running. The pressure that the young man in front of him gave him was too terrifying. He felt that if he really did run, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being killed instantly. He clearly also had 12 meridians. Tell me, why are you here? Asked Ling Han. The braided man's eyes darted around. After a while, he said carefully, Can I not tell? No. Ling Han shook his head. What will happen if you don't tell? He asked again. Probably about the same as her. Ling Han pointed at the girl in red on the ground. The braided man thought for a moment, sighed, and said, Then I still choose, Xiao. He suddenly charged out, and with a wave of his hand, a piece of paper flew out. Then, there was immediately a burst of black light, and it turned into a black cheetah that pounced towards Ling Han. It was very fast, and arrived in front of Ling Han in a flash. Yet Ling Han did not take it to heart. The power of this seal soldier was only 12 meridians, and could not withstand a single blow. He knew that the braided man's true goal was to escape. What wishful thinking! He punched out, and pang, the black cheetah was immediately shattered by him. Even the talisman paper was split into 2, and it quickly dimmed. You fucking monster! The braided man shouted in his heart. He knew that Ling Han was terrifying, but he did not think that he was powerful to this extent, right? He hurriedly ran faster, but he felt a pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground, and sank into eternal darkness. Chapter 3205. I accidentally used too much force and killed him. Ling Han scratched his head. But it's okay, there's still one left alive. He looked towards Shorty Wang Baisheng and couldn't help but open his mouth a little wider. Because he had just seen Wang Baisheng get hacked to death by Tang Hai and the others. Damn, not a single one was left alive. How were they going to interrogate him? Vice Captain is amazing. Zhang Honglang praised. The 9 of us only managed to kill 1, but Vice Captain has already taken care of 2. Vice Captain is awesome. Vice Captain likes it. Everyone flattered him, but this was also the truth. Ling Han sighed. They were all killed by you guys. Who are we going to interrogate? Ah. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. We were so excited about the fight that we forgot to keep them alive. Vice Captain still has 2 more. We thought it would be fine to kill them. Who would have thought that Vice Captain would finish them off so quickly? In short, all 3 of them were dead. Not a single one was left alive. Let's see if there are any clues on their bodies, Tang Hai said. They searched for a while, but did not find anything useful. Strange, what is their relationship with the demonic beast? Why did they stop us from entering? Could it be that this demonic beast was raised by them? That's impossible. Firstly, no one would be so crazy. Secondly, they are only 12 meridians. They shouldn't be able to raise a 12 meridians demonic beast. Forget it, let's take care of that demonic beast first. Everyone nodded. That was their target this time. As for the identities of the 3, they would slowly investigate them in the future. They didn't dare to be careless. They got into an offensive formation and entered the canyon. The canyon was very quiet. Although there were many trees and weeds, there were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if they had entered a fake world. Strange. Be careful. The 10 of them whispered to their teammates. The gorge was still very large, and because there were too many trees, it greatly obstructed one's line of sight. One could only see about 300 feet ahead. However, just by looking at the crooked trees along the way, one could tell that this place had once been trampled by a huge monster. That demonic beast. They kept moving forward, and before long, a lake appeared in front of them. The lake was very big, but because there was no mountain wind blowing, there were no fish swimming in the water. It was like a clear mirror. They only took a glance before withdrawing their gazes and continuing to follow the trail. But everyone had already turned a corner, and Zhang Honglang was still walking forward. Tang Hai and the rest thought that he was going to wash his hands or drink some water, so they did not take it to heart. They only felt that this guy was not following the rules, actually leaving the team without permission. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Zhang Honglang didn't stop when he reached the lakeside. Instead, he kept walking forward. His feet were already in the water, but he still didn't know how to stop. Then, the water went past his knees and reached his lower abdomen. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he wants to swim here, Zhang Honglang? Tang Hai immediately shouted. However, Zhang Honglang didn't seem to have any intention of paying any attention to him. One step at a time, he continued forward. He didn't float, but rather, allowed the water to pass over his chest and continue to rise. What happened? Tang Hai and the rest hurriedly rushed out and jumped into the water, forcibly pulling Zhang Honglang back. Strangely, even though he was clearly being pulled back by everyone, Zhang Honglang still moved forward with both legs. Zhang Honglang. Zhang Honglang. Little Zhang. Everyone called out, but Zhang Honglang acted as if he didn't hear them. His feet continued to move, and he would even use his hands to move in front of him, sometimes lowering his head. It was as if he was passing through a dense forest. Be possessed by the devil, wake him up, Tang Hai said. Slap slap slap. They slapped Zhang Honglang's face, but he didn't react at all, and maintained his original posture. Why did this kid suddenly lose his mind? Everyone was puzzled. Ling Han also felt it was strange. Why would he suddenly act up like this? Suddenly, a look of intense terror appeared on Zhang Honglang's face, and he suddenly punched forward. Zhang Honglang, what are you doing? Lu Jing hurriedly dodged. Although he had 11 meridians, he would still be heavily injured if he was hit by a 10 meridians punch. Zhang Honglang seemed to have gone mad. He pulled out his sword and attacked madly. His madness made it difficult for the others to stop him, for fear of injuring him. Therefore, they all retreated when they saw him attack. Zhang Honglang even used strength stacking, and was incomparably domineering for a moment. But under this kind of exhaustion, his strength was quickly used up, and he collapsed on the ground in less than 20 minutes. "Captain, you're all still alive," he suddenly said. Everyone looked at each other. They were all alive and well, but this kid had suddenly lost his mind. "That's great, everyone's still alive." Zhang Honglang was incomparably emotional, and he hugged Lu Jing, tears flowing out of his eyes. This kid was seriously ill. "What did you see?" Ling Han asked. "We just ran into that demonic beast, and you were all eaten. I fought with my life on the line, and almost died. How did I end up here?" Zhang Honglang was bewildered. Of course, this was an illusion. The question was Zhang Honglang daydreaming? No wonder he was so nervous just now, as if he was fighting with his life on the line. So he thought he was fighting with a demonic beast. "His heartbeat is a bit fast, but it's within the normal range," Zhu Yongxi said. Not only was he a soldier, he was also the team's medic. "Is there such a strange symptom from suddenly falling into a dream?" Tang Hai asked. "I'm not sure either." Zhu Yongxi shook his head. He only knew how to simply treat wounds and reconnect broken bones. Bang! At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly attacked, and his sword slashed towards Zhu Yongxi's neck. No one had expected this attack. Although they didn't have the same surname, they were closer than a family, because they were comrades who trusted each other, and could entrust their backs to each other. But now, Lu Jing had suddenly attacked his comrade. How could he have expected this? Just as a tragedy was about to happen, a fist suddenly came flying over. Bang! Lu Jing's sword was instantly sent flying. "Lu Jing, what are you doing?" Tang Hai shouted, but before the word "crazy" left his mouth, he stopped abruptly, because Lu Jing was like Zhang Honglang from before. He seemed to have lost his mind, and his face was filled with malevolence. "What do we do?" Everyone retreated. Because Zhang Honglang's secret power had been exhausted, he was carried by Tang Hai. It was far more difficult to restrain a person who had gone berserk than to kill him. Something's wrong. He's definitely not losing his mind. He's been attacked. Has he been poisoned by some kind of poison that has affected his mind? Chapter 3206. A Beautiful Romance. It was understandable if one person had lost their mind. But both of them had lost their minds, and they were acting up in the same place, one after the other. This was unbelievable. Something was affecting and controlling Zhang Honglang and Lu Jing. It could be the gas emitted by some plant, or it could be that demonic beast. That was why this place was so quiet, without a single insect, bird, or beast. Damn it, to make us kill each other. Yu Liren clenched his teeth, but he could only pull away and not clash head-on with Lu Jing. Otherwise, someone might be injured. What kind of dog is this? Hurry up and show yourself. If you have the guts, fight 300 rounds with me. Zhu Yongxi shouted. But only Lu Jing wielded his blade fiercely, and not a single demonic beast jumped out. Ling Han moved, and a powerful force shook off Lu Jing's blade. Then, he chopped at Lu Jing's neck with his palm, knocking him out. This time, Lu Jing was completely at ease. But this was not the end. Tang Hai suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, and suddenly threw Zhang Honglang into the air, then slashed out with his blade. This, Ling Han hurriedly moved, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't make it in time. Not to mention that Zhang Honglang had already used up all of his strength. Even if he hadn't, how could he be Tang Hai's match when he was completely defenseless? He couldn't block it either. "Captain!" Everyone cried out in shock. Were they going to watch as their teammate was killed by one of their own? Ling Han knew that his fist strength was insufficient. He used his mental energy, wanting to deflect the blade in Tang Hai's hand, but he immediately rejected this idea. Although his mental energy had reached the intermediate level, it was only enough to lift a few books. How could it affect a 12 Meridians cultivator? That's right. Ling Han transformed his mental energy into a blade and charged towards Tang Hai's consciousness. He believed that whether it was Zhang Honglang, Lu Jing, or Tang Hai, their minds had been affected by a mysterious power. Since this was on the mental level, he might be able to affect Tang Hai as well. The mental attack had no distance or time. With a single thought from Ling Han, his mental energy had already pierced into Tang Hai's sea of consciousness. However, a sinister, chaotic, and incomparably powerful will immediately charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han let out a muffled groan, and his psyche power retreated like a tide. Shua, the saber slashed down, and blood splattered. A tragedy. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. They didn't want to see the tragedy of their comrades being killed, but they forced themselves to open their eyes wide. Zhang Honglang is not dead. Tang Hai's slash was slightly off the mark. It did not hit Zhang Honglang's neck, but it still managed to cut off Zhang Honglang's left arm from the shoulder. Ah! Zhang Honglang screamed in pain. Ling Han snorted. This time, he could naturally conclude that there was a powerful existence controlling Tang Hai, causing him to experience a nightmare. In this nightmare, perhaps Tang Hai was fighting hard to protect his teammates. Damn it, he punched out again, and Tang Hai was instantly smashed to the ground. Ga. Ju Yongxi let out a strange cry. As if he had changed into another person, he placed his sword across his own neck. I didn't expect to actually encounter someone who also cultivates mental energy. This was definitely not Ju Yongxi speaking. Rather, someone was controlling his body and speaking. If I kill myself now, can you stop me? Ling Han was just about to act, but Ju Yongxi had already swiped his saber horizontally. Pooh! A splash of blood splattered. His body had already gone limp, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Ju! The remaining people all roared angrily, their eyes about to spit fire. They wanted to kill, but the enemy had not even shown his face, and had already injured and killed them. They were not on the same level at all. Ling Han frowned, and his figure leaped out. Peng, 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 he threw out a few punches, knocking out those who were still conscious. Can you still control people? Boom! Instantly, an incomparably powerful psychic power rushed towards Ling Han, wanting to surge into his mind and occupy his consciousness. However, at this moment, Ling Han's chest emitted a purple light. Instantly, as if the psychic power had encountered a flame, it immediately shrank back. Ling Han did not need to look down to know that this was the power of the pendant. Speaking of which, Li Zhangdan's luck was really not bad. She had obtained 2 treasures, the pendant and the jade toad. I'm coming for you. Ling Han said calmly, but there was an indescribable determination in his voice. He took a step forward, and followed the traces along the way. Not long after, the traces of crushing came to an end. In front of him appeared a strange tiger-like demonic beast. It was completely hairless, but it had tentacles that were half a foot long and as thick as a stick. Now, these tentacles were still flickering. Strange, what kind of demonic beast was this? Die! Ling Han charged over. Wang, another psychic attack came, but before it could touch Ling Han, the pendant on his chest showed its power again. The purple light only trembled, and the psychic power was bounced back. Ling Han had arrived, and the demonic beast hurriedly waved its claws, sweeping towards Ling Han. There was a kind of disdain in the demonic beast's eyes. This was something that only an intelligent creature could show. Pung! The man and the demonic beast collided, and there was a muffled sound. Ling Han and the demonic beast's bodies shook at the same time. Pung, pung, pung. The surrounding trees toppled over. The demonic beast's face revealed an obvious look of shock. It was extremely strange to see such shock on the face of a beast. It had previously been full of mockery. Did this human think that just because he had found it, he could kill it? Wrong. Not only was its mental strength outstanding, its physical strength was also not weak. It had reached the blood transformation realm. This brat had a treasure on him that could resist its mental control. However, when this human realized that he had come to die, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting. It was very expectant, but it never expected that the one who was shocked would be it. How could a 12 Meridians cultivator have such great strength? It didn't make sense. After this attack, Ling Han's confidence increased greatly. This demonic beast's mental strength was extremely terrifying. It could control other people's bodies, and it could even do something as heaven-defying as speak. However, its physical body was not very strong. It was only in the early stages of the first blood transformation, and 100,000 kilograms of strength was heaven-defying. Good, kill it. Ling Han let out a long howl, and he swung both his fists at the demonic beast. Pang, pang, pang. His strength could reach up to 3 zhang, which was longer than any weapon. His punches surpassed the speed of sound, and he was practically bombarding the demonic beast from all directions. In the eyes of that demonic beast, Ling Han's fists were really all over, bombarding towards it. A hint of panic appeared on its face. Its forte was mental control. Even if one's cultivation level was just a little higher than it, there was a high possibility that one's mind would be controlled by it, and become its plaything. It could do whatever it wanted. But it had never imagined that Ling Han had a treasure on him that could actually block its mental control. Moreover, it was a demonic beast. This brat was clearly a 12 Meridians cultivator, but his strength was comparable to a first blood transformation. Damn it. Chapter 3208. Ling Han went to Cixin Medicine Hall to take a look. Of course, the little servant girl was very happy. She hadn't seen her young master for more than 20 days. She still maintained a shocking rate of improvement. Spirit gathering formation, improved secret power pill, and pulse probing pill were unlimited. In just 20 days, she advanced from 8 meridians to 9 meridians. She was just a little bit away from becoming an expert who could release force. The secret power pill was sold every day. The pulse probing pill was still auctioned every 7 days. She had already earned a shocking amount of wealth. In another 5 days, the face-preserving pill would also be put on sale. Mo Guohao set a sky-high price, but he believed that the sales would reach a terrifying number. Unfortunately, production was a big problem. Because the pill recipe was far too important, Mo Guohao had only passed it on to his disciple, Zhong Yangbi, whom he valued the most. With just the two of them concocting the pill, even if they combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to achieve even 1/10 of the efficiency. One had to know that Ling Han could refine several batches of pills at the same time with a 100% success rate. Ling Han didn't force it. Anyway, he didn't need to do anything. There was no need to be too calculative about it. The demon beast brought back by the 7th squad was brought to the city lord's mansion. This kind of demon beast that was good at mind control was almost unheard of. Moreover, it might have been raised by someone. Naturally, Feng Zixing was alarmed. Ling Han also took out the blood-colored crystal and studied it carefully. He believed that this matter was very important. Somewhere. Sir, there was a small mistake. A man in black knelt on the ground. In front of him stood a man shrouded in blood-colored light. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his waist-length black hair could be seen. He had a terrifying aura that made people suffocate. The man shrouded in blood-colored light was tasting wine. Hearing this, he paused. What mistake? Test subject number 39 was killed. The man in black said, not daring to get up. No matter how many times he was in front of this sir, he would feel incomparable awe and fear from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't suppress it no matter what. Didn't you get the test subject back? The man shrouded in blood-colored light said indifferently. He didn't lose his composure at all. No, the 3 guardians were all killed in battle, and the experimental subjects were sent to Crouching Tiger City, the man in black said solemnly. Crouching Tiger City. The man shrouded in bloody light nodded. Indeed. The research base is not far from there. My lord, what if they discover something? The black-clothed man wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew clearly in his heart how shameful the things he had done were. Once they were exposed, no one could save him. Even he, the lord with an incomparably high status, could only be beheaded. Is that so? The man shrouded in the blood-red light pondered for a moment. Then let's release all the experimentals and trigger a beast tide to flatten Hidden Tiger City. Hissed the man in black gasped. Activating a beast tide to flatten Crouching Tiger City was not something that could be done with just a few words. There were countless consequences involved. Sir, even though flattening Hidden Tiger City is not a difficult matter, if a large city is destroyed, His Majesty will definitely be furious, he said with a trembling voice. The current His Majesty was a virtuous person, and everyone respected him. What was even more frightening was his strength, which was peerless and invincible. Moreover, there were still the 4 marshals in the empire. Which one of them did not have the courage to be defeated by tens of thousands of people and the ability to conquer the world? Really, once this matter was investigated, it would be a matter that would cost everyone's head. It's fine. His Majesty is currently breaking through the boundary between heaven and man, so it's impossible for him to be distracted for the time being. In a few days, who can tell if this beast tide was formed naturally or if it was driven by someone? The man shrouded in bloody light smiled faintly, appearing extremely calm. He took another sip of wine and said, Crouching Tiger City took a piece of my blood divine crystal, so I'll make them return it 10-fold, 100-fold. It just so happens that my Tianyi Guiyuan art can also achieve initial success. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The black-clothed man shivered, not daring to speak. In order to cultivate, this lord did not hesitate to plunge the people into misery and suffering, causing rivers of blood to flow. His methods were too vicious. However, he did not even dare to show it. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Yes, I'll go prepare immediately. He could only agree respectfully. When can it be completed? The man shrouded in bloody light asked. 2 to 3 months, the black-clothed man replied. As soon as possible. Yes. Also, although it's only a piece of blood divine crystal, it can't be wasted. Go capture all the relevant personnel and force them to reveal the whereabouts of that piece of blood divine crystal. You must get it back. Yes. After 2 days, Ling Han figured out the function of this blood-colored crystal. When he used his mental power to guide it, the blood-colored crystal would also release spiritual power, synchronizing with his, thus increasing the strength of his spiritual power. This was equivalent to increasing his spiritual power by a level. He did not know if there were other uses, such as using it as medicine, or using it with some special technique to truly increase his spiritual power. There was too little information, so he could not speculate. Ling Han put away the blood-colored crystal first, thinking about this later. Another 3 days later, the aristocratic ladies and young mistresses of Crouching Tiger City ushered in an extremely important day. The face-retaining pill was on sale. As soon as the door opened, the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall was almost broken by these women. It should be known that women have always been in a weak position in cultivation, and there were pitifully few who could really set foot on martial art. Therefore, at least 90% of the people who gathered here early in the morning did not even reach 1 meridian. But the power they burst out was so terrifying. It could only be said that women had a fear of aging that surpassed death, which was why they burst out with such potential. The first batch of 60 face-retaining pills was sold out in less than 10 minutes. The price of a single pill was 100,000 Xianbei coins, and there was no bargaining, but the speed of sales was so terrifying. This made other pharmacies in the city very jealous, but what could they do? They could not figure out the improved version of the secret power pill, the pulse-exploring pill, and could not improve the face-retaining pill. They could only watch others make a lot of money. Taking advantage of his free time, Ling Han used 3 days to concoct more than 60 retaining youth pills. Compared to Mo Guohao and Zhong Yangbi, who only produced 60 pills in a month, it was truly a difference between heaven and earth. Of course, it was impossible for him to only take 30% of the pills he refined himself. Mo Guohao had also agreed with him that Ling Han would not charge a consignment fee for the pills he sold in the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall. However much he sold would be given to Ling Han. Therefore, these 60 face-retaining pills were a super high income of 6 million. Making money is so easy. Ling Han sighed. If others knew about this, they would definitely want to kill him with tofu. Easy to make money, my ass. Just like the soldiers of the black-green flag, they risked their lives and only earned 3,000 xianbei coins a month. Who told Ling Han to be the alchemy emperor? If even he felt that it was difficult to make money, who else could make money? When the shares are sent over, I will immediately restart the tycoon formation. Sigh, in front of the tycoon formation, my little fortune is really not enough. Ling Han sighed again. Breaking the anti-theft chapter, please use the search engine to search for keywords, all kinds of novels for you to read. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.